Good morning, gamers. What's up, Rabid Lace? How you doing? All right. Doing all right. Doing all right. Booting the game. Before we get into our attempts. Had fun doing the stream yesterday, so I figured I would do an all-day thing again today if I'm capable. All right. I just on a modded Switch. This is a GameCube. It is going all right, Ashton. How about you? Didn't work. Try again. I think my GameCube is having trouble reading discs now. That's on the recent landslide victory by Donald Trump. Bad. Oh my. Box RS looks scratched suddenly. Fair and square, and there was no fraud this time. There was no fraud last time. You thought there was fraud last time? You literally don't have a brain. Alright. Versus scan. Go to adventure mode. You said he won fair and square and there was no fraud this time. Saying there was no fraud this time implies there was fraud in a previous time, which there was not. See, what you're doing is you're being a coward. You're too afraid to say what you actually believe. So then when I call you out on it, you can say, well, no, I didn't say that. You think the election was stolen last time. Stop being a little bitch and actually say what you mean. Very simple. All right. Attempt 1. Oh, wait. This is probably the wrong frame rate yet. You stream pretty early on my way back home from college. Yeah, I'm streaming early today. I streamed early yesterday. Alright, we wait. Alright, we can do the plug now because I need to have my volume mixer open. This. Getting everything ready. Copy that and do my Discord plug. Ping pong. Alright. By the way, I'm banning you, just so you know. Because you're a coward who won't say what they mean. Get away from my channel, never come back, loser. Okay. And it's music time. I should post this on B-Sky too. What's going on, Ashen? pretty close yesterday, so I'm hoping to get it today. We'll see. My first attempts never seem to go well. Oh. I'm gonna go get my cup of coffee. My cup of joe. This is method 3. This is method 4. The reason I say impossible is because method 4 is only possible via emulators, basically. And the reason it works on Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire is because that uses an emulator, right? It's sort of the thought process behind the name and stuff like that. Hey, what's up, Infinite Omniverse? Alright, hold on a second. Music is too loud for me to think with my brain cells. Does chat have safe space for trans people? Yes. Well, I try to be inclusive, but as you've noticed, I've talked about political issues already with people who come into the chat. And so, people don't... I won't shy away from topics that may be uncomfortable, even if the person is like a bad actor. Like, I mean, as long as they're not saying slurs. So, like, if you're particularly sensitive, you might have to, like, and you might have to leave if someone's discussing, like, trans rights or something, and I'm like, trying to defend against it and call that person an idiot or something like that. Like I'm not going to... I don't tolerate slurs or anything, and I don't really tolerate people like that either, but sometimes I do keep them around to talk about the things that they're saying for a little while, so you might have to... If you're particularly sensitive to when someone is debating, like, your ability to exist as a human being or something like that, those conversations might not, like, that makes sense. So, me supporting trans people and any minority as, like, a concept, of course, is the truth. But like I said, yeah. So, just letting you know, because I guess it's like a... I want to use the word trigger warning. It's like content warning type thing. Like, I will talk to a person in chat who is just, like, saying, like abhorrent bathroom stuff. Like, saying, like, or, like, say... It's like, okay. Sometimes I ban them off the rip. Sometimes I literally, like, I'll snap frame one ban them if I'm not in the mood to talk about it. But because there was just an election and stuff, I'm probably in the mood to, talk about it, and I'll try and... Because I think there's sometimes people who don't care too much about those topics, and I think even though I don't have too many viewers, it's like... Just... A, it's good for me to talk about it, so I can have an easy... I like talking about different topics, especially political and moral ones, because it's interesting to, like, be able to defend my own positions. And, like, stuff like, I think if you believe something, but then you can't... If you believe something, but then you can't, like, explain accurately why you believe it, like, I don't know, I just think it's important to be able to, like, accurately articulate why the thing that you believe is good is actually good or whatever, if that makes sense. So that's why sometimes I will engage in behavior that might... I mean, Trump got 5 million... Trump got less votes than he got last time. The problem was, Trump has a very static base of viewers. He gets about the same amount of votes every time. The issue was Dems failing to turn out their base for various reasons. Is it that hard to RNG the roamers and fire and leave green? It's not that hard. It's annoying. It's annoying more than anything because calibration is hard. Did you ban that person for not being honest? In part, yes. That person was being a dishonest actor, which is something that I do not stand for even 1 millisecond. I think that if you hold a belief and you're too afraid to say it, and the goal that you have is to try and convince others by being dishonest, like you are the worst type of human being of all time. Like that person held a belief, but they were too cowardly to say it because they know that their belief is insane. But they can convince other people to get on their side slowly by making their belief seem less insane by stating facts in specific ways. That's why people say, like, I just need to say the facts. Like, facts are not agnostic. You can frame facts in ways that make them look one way or another. And so, like, people who behave that way, who are too cowardly to actually state their position and then talk about it, they're just the worst type of people, especially when it comes to politics in any form, because they're going to use their dishonesty to trick people into believing things that aren't true. Like, that person believed the last election was stolen in America, 2020. Like, they believe that with literally no evidence because they were convinced by insane people on Newsmax, on Fox News, etc. And Trump himself, of course. It's a black flute. The black flute reduces the encounter rate. It doesn't make it 0, but it reduces the encounter rate. Mr. Cross will be here later. Yeah, that was insane timing. Mr. Cross is in most of my streams. So, if you're stick around the stream, I'm sure he'll show up. Yeah, I don't think... Some people think... I don't know. It's hard with the way the Dems were, because some people... Like, I think it's silly to not have gone out and voted for Dem this election, especially if you're a previous Dem voter, but... People just were not energized for some reason by the... It makes sense, like... They keep preaching this, like, message of, like, unity and, like, working with the other side and stuff like that. And it's like... Like, that doesn't inspire me, but I just feel like... To me, I feel like you can't make a decision as if it's not... You can't make a decision in a vacuum. Like, if there was 15 political parties, there's a chance I'm not a Dem supporter. But realistically, there's 2. And I think that, like... If you align with them on most respects, like, you have a kind of a duty to do damage mitigation. Yeah. Thank you for the $2, Ashen. Appreciate you. No, don't give any money if you're not making any. I'm not trying to steal. Or it's £2. I don't know what that turns into in dollars, but thank you. Snapple fact time. Boop, 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 boop. All right. For every dono or channel member, we get a Snapple fact. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure it's a fact I haven't read before. Okay. A stamp for letters shaped like a banana was once issued in the country of Tonga. I don't know where Tonga is. Tonga country. It's in... Oh, is this an island nation? It says country in Oceania. Oh my lord. Wow, it's small. That's cool. Spastic Toaster. What's up, Toaster? Mainly, we'll just watch the videos reviewers. Didn't know you were a political person. It's kind of nice hearing someone decent takes after going to work every day and being outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Yes. When I used to work in food, I used to work in a, I say I lived in upstate New York. It's not I wasn't that far away from the New York City. I was like maybe, it was probably like 30 minutes, 40 minutes from New York City. If there was no traffic. But if you live in New York City, they fucking call Yonkers upstate because these people have no concept of where anything is. Anyway. Oh, I shouldn't be listening to this music. I have actual music to listen to. So, I used to go into office and I would just hear the most insane, like, dude, this woman, I used to work with, Maria. She used to say that she encouraged her kid, both of her kids, to not get the COVID vaccine. So I want to be clear. I worked in the food industry and my job was both back of house and front of house. So while I was a chef and while I cooked, but I also did deal with customers occasionally, right? And people like, and so I got to get the COVID vaccine very, very early. Very, very early, I got the COVID vaccine. Like, the first person I ever knew to get the COVID vaccine got it in January of 2021. I didn't even know you could get them this early. But this was my friend Dakota. And the reason that he got it so early was because he runs a funeral home. So he was able to get it before my sister-in-law, who is a fucking nurse. So obviously it makes sense why he was able to get it so quickly. He was literally dealing with pretty important. She was a NICU nurse, so technically slightly less risk than him, I guess. Is a NICU nurse. I got it in like April, I think, was when I was allowed. That's when the New York State opened it up and allowed me to get the COVID vaccine. And everybody was talking about it, and I was like, I'm getting that shit fucking ASAP. I called up and I was like, I'm getting that. Like, I don't even know. I don't think we had to. We did have to schedule. And it was scary. I don't know if you guys, what it was like in other states. Okay. I am a New Yorker from very, very South New York. Okay? I am a fucking born and bred liberal lefty person. I fucking hate guns. I don't use them. I don't like them. I don't support using them. I've pretty much given up on the fight for using gun. Like, gun control isn't something I ever talk about because there's just it's impossible in America. I think there's other stuff that's more important. I've given up. But like, when we're going to get the COVID vaccines, it was at a college. It was at like a local community college, and it was filled with military guys. It was filled with like Marines, I think they were. and they were like guarding the building, and like they were literally walking around with like like assault rifles, just like as the guard, just like walk like pacing, and you went in and they had to check you, and they'd walk up to your car, fucking like, I've seen police, but a lot of times you don't see police's guns because they're just in the holster, or they're like, you can't see them easy. Like, this guy walks up to my car with like a fucking AK and is like, can I see your ID? Are you here for an appointment? It's the scariest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. It was terrifying. Even though, you know, there's not really any risk of them harming you, but it's just scary seeing it. You know what I mean? Anyway, we get the vaccines, whatever. And so I was talking to this woman, Maria, who I hated. She was a miserable, awful woman. No, I don't think you could get them at pharmacies at the time. In New York, it was only the government giving them out for a really long time. So we ended up going to. So I was talking to Maria about this experience, and she was like, I'm getting the vaccine because at work, at the store that I worked at, they were going to not let you start working or anymore unless you got the vaccine. You were gonna have to. They wouldn't fire you, but you could come back when it was safe, or you could do temperature checks every day. I think it was. You could go in, you could get your head scanned every day if you weren't vaccinated. And so Maria was like, I'm getting vaccinated, but she was like, I don't want, because I don't want to do the temperature checks every day. But my son, I told him not to, because we don't know what's in this vaccine. Like, it could make him sterile. She starts rambling on about how the vaccines were going to make her son sterile. And I was like, listen, this is insane. Like, there's no way. They've been studying mRNA vaccines for a long time. And she's like, it was so insane. Yeah, she... Well, it was crazy. So, I first visited Jeff in 2021, okay? That's when Jeff bought his house. And so that's when I came to visit him. And you didn't need masks here. And we're in a pretty left-leaning part of Michigan. It's very liberal here, very like they like gay people, like gay rights and stuff. It's very liberal here. And yeah, like I got off the plane and like I hung out with him obviously. But like we went to get food and like I had the mask. I had my mask and he was like, "You don't need a mask." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, I need a mask to go into every single business in New York State at this current time." And he was like, "No, we don't need masks at all here anymore in Michigan." Like legally there was no requirement for a mask. And I was like, "What?" I like couldn't believe it. It was literally like July or August of 2021. And he didn't need a mask. And I was like shocked. In New York you need a mask everywhere. And I didn't mind. Like I don't mind wearing a mask at all. Like the thing about the mask wearing is a lot of people get like very upset by masks. Like even my parents who are very left, I wouldn't say very left. They're liberals. They've pretty much voted Democrat since I've been born at the very least. Like my mom, she would be like, I remember we'd be at like the grocery store or whatever, and she'd be like trying to type in her PIN, and she'd be like, "Oh, I'm just like so confused. I'm getting distracted by wearing the mask, like typing in my PIN," and I'm like, this is crazy. Like I have to wear a mask in a kitchen at work. Like I was wearing a mask in the summer, like in July, where there's like 500-degree ovens behind me. I'm sweat. It's miserable. I'm like, these people couldn't fucking stand a second in a kitchen and little babies complain about wearing masks. Wore a mask into 2023. I think I probably stopped wearing masks. I still carry masks with me, but I probably stopped wearing it sometime in 2022. Yeah, around 2022, I would say. Is when I stopped wearing them. I've since put it on. for various purposes, but like I have used them since 2022. One time a guy called me a homophobic slur out on a speaker of his... What the fuck? That's insane. I don't understand. Fellas, is it gay to not want to get germs? I actually just don't get sick too often. So I kind of don't mask with impunity. Not saying the world is dumb, but 6 feet away is not enough with wind and a mask. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not a big proponent of saying people are dumb, the world is dumb, because I think that makes it like it's a too negative a view on society, and then also, like, you don't know others lived. I tend to believe in like being charitable towards people. If that makes sense. Like, you don't know other people's lived experience and how they got to... I mean, obviously, like, listen, if a guy's calling you a slur on the side of the fucking road or whatever, that guy's a dickhead. No doubt. But as for, like, not believing Matt, like, you just have to be charitable. Some people can be convinced. I mean, it's insane to me how many people vote for Trump and, like, just believe everything that comes... Like, I don't understand. These are the same people who tell you, like, not to trust the government because it makes the frogs gay, but then they believe anything that Trump says, and it's like, I don't understand. Oh, I can't do it because it's... Oh. We might hear my Discord beeps now. Is the from search broken in Discord? I'm so tilted. Oh, I turned off... Oh, I see what's happening. Oh no, this is a disaster. Alright, disabled streamer mode. Discord needs like a way for people to like communicate with members. You think Kamala would be a better option as president than Trump? Yeah, what? Yeah, hello? Yeah, I don't understand. I just like don't get how anyone could believe that Trump would be a better president than anybody. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, what? Kamala did not run on even any gun regulation. I mean, all analysis seems to show that it was not necessarily... that it was just Dems failing to turn out their base. It was something like 20 million less Dems voted in this election than in the last election. It was literally like Trump also got less votes than he got last time, but it was only by 1 million. Part of the problem was definitely the economy. People feel like the economy is bad, even though it's actually doing pretty fine. Like, real wages are actually up compared to inflation. My groceries... It's harder for me to make the comparison because I moved, but groceries are, like, literally significantly cheaper than they were even a year ago. One seed late, 3 advances early. Oh, not bad for a first attempt. Not bad for a first attempt at all. The cruelty is the point. I think it's easy to analyze Trump because he's like a very like it's a very thin veil of what he is. Like, he's a person that cares about nothing other than himself. Yeah, hero arc. I know. I'm so excited for Trump to do insane deficit spending again so that when the next Democrat gets in office and the economy is complete dog shit again, they can spend the Dem for the next 4 years about how the economy is bad, and then when it finally recovers, a Republican gets in office, and then they take credit for everything that they didn't do. It's just such a cool idea. No, they don't only... That is a problem in America. A lot of people... I remember this... I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago when I posted that I voted and I got the cool sticker, right? I got the cool, Wolf, Michigan voted sticker. And I forget, I said that, like, a lot of people don't actually vote, or we were talking about it, and my friend Riley in the Discord was like, he was like, a lot of people don't, like, he was like, he goes, I can't believe how many people don't vote. It's not like it's one of your most important civic duties. And, like, a lot of people in America, like, going off of what Kazanhu just said, a lot of people, like, don't believe in, like, civic duties in America. They, like, literally don't believe in it. Like, you will... It's, like, so, like... Americans are so, like, libertarian-pilled. Like, they don't... Like, my parents started voting against school board budget increases the moment my brother and I were out of public school. And it's the same with old people. Old people, all sorts of old folks, always reject school budget increases so they can save on their own property taxes. Because they don't believe in an educated, like they don't care. It's like, it's not my family, it's not my kids, I don't give a shit. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you really don't see, like, they literally don't care about a greater good for society. Well, yeah, Republicans attack public education as a way to make people stupid so that they can hypnotize, like, they can indoctrinate people into their insane cult ideology from the moment that they're born. It's like, there's literally only 2 people who are Republicans, and it's, you're not rich and you've been a Republican all of your life because you've been indoctrinated into the fucking Fox News cult. Or you're rich and you have no morals and you just want your taxes to be as low as possible. Yeah, Jaden, I totally agree. Yeah, I'll nickname it, I just don't know what. smart painting. Honestly, a low tier pick. Beauty pick. Oh, I was like, dude, I was like, what in the fuck is Toasty talking about? I like didn't understand cause I forget why I picked this painting. I think it was just I don't even know if I have the Latias on the save file. I think I just had it was just like I don't have too many Pokemon that are capable of beating master rank contests. And cuz most of the Pokemon that I have that are capable of beating master rank contests, I traded up cuz like they're supposed to be Ribbon Master type gamers. And so I think this Latias was one I just happened to have. Either that or I did use a glitch on it. I don't remember. That's really cool, Toasty. I actually thought it would just be the same exact colors and stuff every single time the painting works. Is it cool painting the rainbow one? We're watching someone play Pokemon take politics to Twitter. If you don't like it, you can leave, Ogimo. Politics is like it's something I enjoy talking about and speaking about and thinking about. B, I'm not going to use Twitter because it's run by an amoral fuckface. C, if you don't like it, you can leave. This is part... I talk about politics like every fucking stream. Like, if you don't like it, just leave. It's fine. Like, it's especially after 2 days after a huge election. Like, what? Come on. Like, I mean, there's two types of anti-politics peoples. There's I mean, this could just be a person who isn't an American who like doesn't want to hear about what's going on in America, which is like fair. That's valid, I think. But also it could be an American who is anti-politics, aka a dumb fucking idiot who has no brain. Such a sheep that they believe everything that anyone says to them. Politics are just for fighting. I can't think on my own, so I'll listen to anything else other people say. I'm from Canada. You should probably care. I care about Canadian politics. Only the national stuff, though. It's entitled to me that people... It's so funny to me that people feel entitled to what they can talk about in their own stream. It is true. I know the idea that you can come up to me and be like, stop talking about what you're talking about. It's like, what do you mean? Why would I listen? Who are you? I've never seen you in my stream ever. Gen 3 just came against a Gengar with Perish Me Look Destiny Bond. Yeah, that's a set. I think Mischievous maybe... I think Mischievous maybe does it better. But Gengar could definitely do it. I hope your week gets better, Haka 2200. Oh, fuck. Ugh, I didn't mean to use the repel. I knew I would accidentally use the repel one of these attempts. I knew I would do it. Oh, and people are killing each other. Killing each other murderers? What the fuck are you saying? What are you... I don't know what you're saying. I didn't call anyone a murderer. Who did I call a murderer? I don't think chat called anyone a murderer. What the fuck are you talking about? I literally don't understand what you're saying. You don't need the bike. I'm using Stench, Cleanse, Tag, and Black Flute. Basically, the base encounter rate of the Cave of Origin is 4. I think it's Cleanse. And that's... So, 2 of those have it. 2 of those you divide the encounter rate by 2. And then 1 of them multiplies the encounter rate by 0.6. And that actually gets it below 1, which would technically mean no encounters, but I think the game doesn't let you. I think the game doesn't let you get it below 1, so it just puts it at the minimum encounter rate. So going the bike on top of this wouldn't actually matter. I used to do the bike thinking it would matter. It doesn't matter. Someone said if you vote red, you have blood in your hands because of climate change. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's a little dramatic. I'm not sure it's the most convincing argument, but it's true. Like, I don't know if that's how you convince someone who's going to vote. Like, sometimes it's fine to just, why is it cringe, Ogimo? Can you explain? Do you not believe in climate change? Is that why it's cringe? Yeah, so, like, the way the encounter rate works is it starts at 4, you multiply by 0.6, you divide by 2, you divide by 2. You have to look at the order in the code in which it handles the things to figure out the order of operations. But it starts at... It starts at 4, and then it gets cut down, and eventually it will go below 1. And it can't go below 1, so since it can't go below 1... I'm doing method 4. It's dramatic and over the top. I mean, people are entitled to... Like, why do you feel like it's dramatic and over the top? Like, that's something I don't understand. Millions of people are going to die because of climate change. Yes. It's not just... And, like, even if you isolate it saying America is not the only contributor to climate change, that's totally true. You're totally right. But, like, millions of Americans are going to die because of American climate change policy. This is like an easy disconnect because... It's like an easy disconnect people are able to have because it's not them, they're not witnessing it, they're not currently experiencing the problems, etc., right? Yo, what up? Am I Republican? No, what? No, this person said they were Canadian. So, I mean, maybe they voted against Justin Trudeau. I can't believe how long he's been the Prime Minister, by the way. This shit's insane. It's hard for anyone to grasp. It's hard for me to grasp. I think. If today you're on vacation, nice. Where are you going? If you don't mind. Higher on Pokemon Ruby. This is Pokemon Sapphire. I don't know. Why do you think it's Ruby? Oh, you're going home. Ah. In melee for 240 hours straight. Based. Based. For a long time, I thought that Ruby and Sapphire... No, they don't. Yeah, in Ruby and Sapphire, both the protagonists wear red. No, May wears red regardless of game version. What we got here? What up, Fire Gozla? Did we get it? I mean, no. I was 1 frame late on Method 4 3 consecutive times yesterday. It's probably going to take a little bit before I can get locked in. Oops. If this is hardy, it's... No, it's not very good. One Boca that's impish. I'm going to say. The 158 hardy I've seen many times before. I was 2 seeds late, 1 advance early. We're getting there. Ah, fuck. Going to Italy from the US to live with my family for the holidays. Oh, that sounds awesome, Mixervine. Yeah, while you're there, can you pick up a copy of Pokemon Smeraldo for me? And then when you get back to the US, I can cop it from you. Thanks, that'd be great. I'm gonna be searching for Smeraldo. I was searched for Smeraldo when I was in Italy and I couldn't find it. Oh, right. Non-game music. The only thing that sucks is how much time is in between each attempt. It sucks. Good for chatting, though. Taru. We get to chat. We get to chat, and then we get to have people come in and go, why are you talking about politics? I have to use my brain. That's what they all sound like in my head. Why am I cheating and lying? Well, that guy got banned yesterday. Tired of seeing everybody bitch. Okay. Go have your meltdown somewhere else. Little snowflake baby. Rip to the wolf pack. Never forget. I can't believe he didn't make another account. I'm actually a little bit shocked. Yeah, you missed. It was yesterday. It was yesterday. Aren't I the one crying about losing? I didn't talk about losing once today, actually. What did I talk about? I talked about climate change. I talked about the impact of, like, why people didn't vote, or like why. I talked about why the election went the way it did insofar as voters. I wasn't really complaining at all. I mean, there's nothing I can do. Like, the time for action happened, and it was 2 days ago. But that doesn't mean there's not topics to discuss. Like, post-analyzing the loss, right, which was the failure to turn out the base rather than Trump getting more voters than usual. He actually got less voters in the last election. So it's interesting to think about. So, wouldn't really classify that as crying. What is crying, though, is going into someone else's stream and going, yeah, you're talking about something I don't like, and then staying there after I talked about something that you didn't like. You're literally never going to convince me. It's like yeah, you're never going to convince me. If you don't like it, you can leave, or you can stop crying like a literal baby. And are we raiding the Capitol protest? I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was stolen, right? So no need to do that. PK Hex, hello, my friend. Use PK Hex 1 minute. Call it a day. Why would I do that? Using, like, so many. It's so funny. You know, I like doing things like this. I like playing the game this way. I like catching the Pokemon this way. I like EV training the Pokemon this way. This specific way is fun for me. Doing this is a fun activity. Compare that to, Kamala conceded, so I don't think they're doing a recount. Yeah, a PK Hex would be me not playing the game, would be me taking an activity that I find fun away. Yeah, Hero Arc. Yeah. I don't think that's true. It's, some people think it would have been impossible to run as anyone tied to this administration. Like, my friend thinks that. My friend thinks that because people felt bad about the economy, despite it being good, there was no convincing anyone. And that if you were tied to this administration, like Kamala, you know, she's the vice president. She was tied to this administration. So they think that because she was tied to the administration, that it was kind of doomed because of the way people felt about the economy. But it's not engaged. It's not unhelpful to engage in what ifs. It's more like you can engaging in what ifs as a way to think about like what went wrong and why did it go wrong. And I've seen also a lot of people I've seen a lot of people say, like, oh, people didn't go out because they're not excited about, like, the standard lib Democrats or whatever the fuck. It's like, is that true either? Like, Joe Biden fucking destroyed him in 2020. It was like an insane blowout. So, like, I don't know, it's that people can't get excited about, it's like a standard, like, lib anymore either. Like, I don't think leftism is that prevalent in America, that you're gonna get these... So, I don't know. Pandemic helped Joe win? I don't know, maybe. Well, what does feeling it mean? Like, gas prices are down, grocery prices are down. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, I don't understand. Loan rates are, like, prime loan rates are also way down. They're like, they're like 3% lower. Gas is literally $2.85 right now. Like, at the gas station. And I live in a college town. What you meant is we have no money? I mean, I don't make a lot of money. And I'm still pretty much, like, doing fine. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what they mean. What am I playing on? I'm playing on the Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire. That's what you have to do in order to get Method 4. Gas is $2.85 at the gas station down the street from me. Which is dirt cheap. I don't know the last time I even saw gas under $3. It's an Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire is an emulator. It probably is using like some bilinear filter upscaler or something. I don't know if it ever got to $4 where I lived in New York. I think the highest I ever saw it was like in probably 380 something, 390. So at 190 in 2020. I think it did get below $3 where I lived in New York. Method 4 spreads were not created. Any spread besides Method 1 was never intended to exist by Game Freak. They sort of exist on accident as a consequence of how they programmed Pokemon Generation. It's just not on, it's not on purpose. And someone asked earlier about why do I hatch this Meryl egg? It doesn't have to be Meryl, it's any egg. But if you take a gander at what's going on here, what do you hear? It's silence. What do you hear now? It's egg hatching music. Basically, the more things the game has to do, like having stuff on the screen, having audio playing, the more likely you are to get Method 4 as a result. This chamber typically doesn't have any music playing in it. But if you hatch an egg, because there was no music playing already, the game doesn't know how to cancel the music that played from the egg. It doesn't do it. It tries to return it back to the map music, but there was none, and so now there's just this. And so now it's more likely that I get method 4 because I'm playing music. Is that a Pokemon box bug? No, it's a bug in Ruby and Sapphire. I don't know if it works in Emerald and Fire and Leaf Green. But it's definitely, it's a Ruby and Sapphire bug. Pokemon Box causes Method 4 to happen, or it allows Method 4 to happen. Whereas a typical Game Boy would not allow Method 4 to happen. Method 4 only happens on static Pokemon because of inaccuracies in the emulator. Since this is, like, if you played Pokemon Ruby on MGBA, a pretty new, good, frequently updated GBA emulator, you would never ever hit a method, literally ever, you would never hit a Method 4 Pokemon because it's a good, accurate emulator. However, if you played Pokemon Ruby on Visual Boy Advanced, an old, outdated emulator that has tons of inaccuracies, you actually would occasionally hit Method 4. And Pokemon Box is an emulator for the GameCube from 2004. So it is an old, inaccurate emulator, and it allows Method 4 to happen for static Pokemon. Unfortunately, Adventure Mode only works for Ruby and Sapphire. It doesn't work for other games, but the thumbnail sounded interesting. Or looked, rather. Thank you. I took a Bob Ross inspiration. What is Method 4? Should I get the Microsoft Paint open? So we're going to do bucket fill black. So typically when a Pokemon is generated by the game, hold on, how do I... Oh, it's, you got to do left click to get that. Okay, I see. So typically when a Pokemon is generated by the game, it makes the PID, and it does the PID in 2 chunks. So it'll do the first half of it, and then it'll do the second half of it, right? Then it makes the IVs, and it'll do the first half. Actually, we're going to just redo all of this because my timer is running up, unfortunately. And then I'll explain this briefly after my timer runs out during the next thing. Then we'll explain what Method 4 is. We'll do it then, because I'm very close to trying to do the Kyogre. Damn, no shiny. We'll do a quick method explain. So now this is docile. 58. 26, 153, 143, number 2. Oh, this is a method 4 spread then. I was like 5 advances early on the right seed, really. We might do an adjustment here. I wonder if that would make me better. We're gonna try some changing. Trying to like do a new timer method in it to initiate. I like that. Who are we banning today with the daily member goal? Nobody. We could ban that anti-politics guy. Omega or whatever. I'm gonna try one more time. Alright, whatever. Try this. Okay. So let's explain methods. So. Let's talk about method 4 and methods in general, right? So in Pokemon Gen 3, the Pokemon is made like this. It's made in 4 steps, right? It's made in 4 steps. Because when you think about a Pokemon, right? What is random about a Pokemon, right? Is the Pokeball random? No. Is the species random? Not really. Is the level random? No, not really. So what is random about a Pokemon? In fact, it's nature. Its gender are random. Actually, we can do like gender is random. Its ability. Its IVs. These are all things that are random about a Pokemon. There's probably more that I'm forgetting. Oh, and if it's shiny, right? It's a shiny. Those are all things that are random about it, right? These are all a product of a Pokemon's PID, or personality ID, right? So this is all a Pokemon's PID. These are technically generated, the IVs are generated independent of the PID. So the other thing that's random is the IV generation, right? So these are the only two things about a Pokemon that are actually truly random. Okay, so how are these things made by the game? They're made in 4 steps, right? It's made by first generating. Now, actually, we should do this even longer. The PID, what is this value? The PID is a hex value, which is just a way to represent a specific number. It is a 32-bit value. That means it is up to 8 hexadecimal digit long. So it could be FFF, right? It could be this long, which is like 4 billion or whatever. 4.2 billion. 4. And you'll notice that this is conveniently able to be split into 2 16-bit values. So this is made in 2 steps, right? This half is made. Oops. And then this half is made. The IVs are exactly the same for the most part. They're technically only 30 bits, but they're combined with 2 other things that don't really matter. So the IVs are actually also 32-bit. So it's made in 4 parts. It's made with the first half of the PID. So we'll say it's PID 1. PID 1. Right? And we'll say that is D A 6, right? And then it's PID 2. Right? And then we'll say that's... Oh my gosh, it's such a bad... Say that's B 3 E F, right? Box is bad, but it's alright. My handwriting is atrocious, I know. So that's PID 1, PID 2, right? Then the IVs are generated. We have IV 1. And the IV ones is actually also represented very similarly to this. So we'll say it's... This is... Technically, I'm obscuring it a little bit. But let's say it's... And we can just even write them as IVs. So let's say it's 31. 2. 4. Right? This is the first half of the IVs, right? Then we have IV 2. Right? And let's say it's 6, 3, 14. And when nothing happens that's weird or wrong or bad, this is what is method 1. This is how Game Freak intended for a Pokemon to be made. PID 1, PID 2, IV 1, IV 2. This is exactly how they intended for a Pokemon to be made, okay? But because of the way the game is programmed, the game's main loop actually works a little bit different. Okay? So if we scroll down a bit, the way the game's main loop works is like this. So it's like G main or whatever, right? It's the main loop of the game, right? The way it works, I'll put the other one down here. The way it works is it does stuff, and then it does stuff, and then it waits for B blank. It waits for and B blank is basically when is the screen done being drawn? It waits for this to happen because it doesn't want to do stuff until the screen is done being drawn, because then you can interrupt. You can, a bunch of whole bad things can happen. So you want it to all flow within a 60 hertz frame rate. And we're going to pause here quickly. We're going to pause here because I have to hit my timer. Okay. I didn't like that timer, by the way. Time to run around until the egg hatches. What do I need the egg to hatch for? Well, observe. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you perceive? It's silence. There's nothing. Just me and the void. There's no music in this chamber. You're very good at melee for a blind guy, Professor Beatus. Music keeps playing. And that's why we have the music. Okay. So, as I was talking about previously, class, a Pokemon is there's 4 steps to making a Pokemon. And it's generating its stats. There's 2 random parts to a Pokemon. Its personality value, which determines its nature, gender, ability, and if it's shiny or not. And then its IVs. And it's generated in 4 steps, and this is called Method 1. It generates the first half of the personality ID, then the second half of the personality ID, then the first half of the IVs, then the second half of the IVs. Okay? Now, the reason, this is method 1, and this is how Game Freak intended for a Pokemon to be generated. Now, the reason this can get messed up is because of the way they programmed the game. Basically, the game does everything all in one video frame repeatedly over and over again. Everything the game does, taking your inputs when you're moving the joystick around, talking to NPCs, opening, everything is done within 1/60th of a second. Every single video frame is an entire game loop. So it does all of that stuff, and then once it's done, it waits for V blank. What does V blank mean? Basically, V blank is the Game Boy. It's a section of the Game Boy. After, when the screen is done being drawn, it tries to continue drawing past the screen. And when it does that, the Game Boy says, hey, I'm in V blank. I'm done drawing the screen. Okay? And when it gets to here, it will either finish and go back to the start of the main game loop, or sometimes V blank can get interrupted. You can get interrupted, which is called a V blank. Can't draw B's. Blank interrupt. I think it's spelled with 2 R's for some reason. It's called a V blank interrupt. I spelled it wrong, but whatever. It's called a V blank interrupt. When this happens, basically, sometimes there's special functions the game needs to do that it can't do any other time than while the game is in V blank, right? And so the V blank comes in and goes, I gotta do this, and the game pauses everything that it's doing, and this is all taking place in fractions of seconds. It's taking place in milliseconds, nanoseconds. It's taking very, very short amount of time, right? It does something. And while it does something, sometimes it will do an RNG advance for what it's doing here. It'll advance the game's RNG by 1. So what would happen? Let's say if V blank interrupted a Pokemon generation, let's say the game generates the PID. This happens like normal. Check. Little check mark. This happens like normal. Now, basically, each one of these happens during one game loop. So you do one game loop, PID 1 happens, right? Another game loop, PID 2 happens, okay? But after the second game loop, a V blank interrupt happens. Right? So then what happens to the IVs? What happens? Well, since there's an extra RNG advance... Oops. Oh. Why'd that happen? Since there's an extra RNG advance happening, the RNG sequence is now desynced. So what happens is IV1 no longer exists. This shit is skipped. The V blank interrupt consumes this RNG advance. So we have what is called a blank now, right? This is actually now known as a blank. So we call this a blank. Oops, timer. Didn't see it. That's fine. Let's see what we get. Okay. Before I catch, let me finish my little lecture. So, a blank happens, right? Then IV2 actually becomes IV1. This is a weird eraser. What the hell? How do I even... IV2 becomes IV1. And then there's a new IV2 that now has totally different stats. Or excuse me. That's kind of how it works. Really, this whole thing is generated at once, but whatever, it doesn't matter. So we'll say like 6, 4, 3, right? So now we have a new IV2. And that is now method 2. Method 4 is the exact same thing happening, but instead of between PID2 deleting this, it's actually between the two IVs. We can put that there. So you would have this be IV1. You have the blank here. And then now the interrupt goes down here, and you get a new, entirely different IV2. You get an IV2 that is fully different. It's like, 8, 10, 31. This almost never happens on a real GBA because it's very stable. It does everything very fast. It's everything very easy. But on the emulators, you're going to get more V-blank interrupts because they don't work right. And when you get more V-blank interrupts, you get a higher chance of method 4 happening. And that's why method 4 happens. There you go. I hope that makes sense. Method 3 exists, but it was theoretical for a really long time. So that's the reason it skips. Method 3 is when there's a blank in between the two PIDs. That's method 3. So you get a fully different PID, and then you also get new IVs because the IVs are now fully desynced on a different RNG chain. And so that's what method 3 is. It pretty much didn't exist for, but people thought it didn't exist for a really long time. Well, we were quite late on our seed. I mean, I think this is not a Game Boy player. This is Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire, which is an emulator. The Game Boy player is not an emulator, no. The Game Boy player is a physical Game Boy Advanced. El Gubar. You just missed my presentation. You just missed my presentation on how Pokemon methods work. Jeff. I have to turn on stream mode. You guys are hearing those. Those are my Discord beeps. Double. Did you present a pink whale? Dolphin. Yeah. Oh. Did the anti-melodic person get banned? What? I don't even know what you're talking. What? Who was the anti-melodic? What are you talking about? There was no anti-melodic person in here. What are you talking about? What? Played ADV until like 4 a.m. Damn. I must have fell asleep an hour after you left. I was so tired. Anti-politics guy. I did not ban the anti-politics guy. I just made fun of him until he left. Makes sense, Jeff. Makes sense. People higher on the ladder tend to be better. We learned that yesterday. $500 games on Banana. A lot of games. Like Glico is toilet, true. I mean, we really only ladder on one account, so our Glico's never going to be good, because we're never resetting our win-loss, we're never switching to alts. We're never even that high up. Mm-hmm. 1570 guy was actually the drink. True. I was his coaster. Oh, that Sun team was so insane. I was thinking about laddering with the Sun team more just to try and, like, get sauced up with the, you know what I'm saying? Get sauced up with, some random Sun team. I forgot that team was... Dude, banned Mence is something that I'm never used to, though. Morning, David. How you doing? My controller just fell. Ugh. You ask, no, I swear you DQ. Oops. I'm like not, I'm so not locked in. Said Rock Slide plus Spikes chip was enough. Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, we've been playing with a lot of spikeless teams, by the way. So that's probably, like, affecting your mindset. I think we literally played with 2 spikeless teams yesterday. And the main good team that we built with Swellow, of all Pokemon, is also spikeless offense. Try Month. No, you used a Skarmory. It got 1-hit KO'd. It got 1-hit KO'd by Brick Break. Big fan of the thumbnail. Love your vids, by the way. Thank you very much, Arch Skulls. Appreciate you. I'm like gamer posing hard. I need to not. I need to like sit. Did I miss funny bans? You didn't miss any bans. I didn't ban anybody. Jeff CRT is pretty good. Been a really cool one. Yeah, I haven't banned anyone today. I had someone. Oh no, I banned one person today. Actually, this morning. I banned a dishonest actor this morning, very early on in chat, right? Probably within the first 10 minutes of the stream. I banned a cowardly loser who couldn't hold their positions. After this attempt, I think I'm gonna get refill on my coffee, my Kobe. Kobe. It is Dingle Dell by GeoWizard. I missed it again because I'm so unlocked. I'm like not even remotely locked. So I need Kobe. You know, GeoWizard makes the music for his own videos. He actually inspired me hardcore to make... Like, I really wanted to try making music, but then every time I opened up a tracking program, my eyes glazed over and I couldn't do it. I want to make music. I want to learn to do it, but then maybe I don't because I'm just not doing it. This is a fucked situation to begin with. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna fill my coffee up. As part of a healthy breakfast. It's Eon Timer 3.0-RC.6. Why is it named like this? I have no fucking idea why. I'm sure the letters mean something, but I don't know what they are. What is this song from? It's the same exact artist and album as the last song. I just have his whole album in my playlist. It's only 30 minutes. It's called Tractor Zone. The whole album is called 16-Bit Adventure. It is meant to mimic the sound of a Sega Genesis. He does a good job. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's called 16-Bit Adventure. It's not from a Genesis game. I don't even think he used a tracker to make this. I think he made this in like a non-tracker program that just had like a pretty good external sound font for Sega Genesis stuff. I mean, here's the video URL. And that's also my stream music playlist. Yeah, I am Soul Medley. I'll get it this time. I don't know, maybe. It's not about faith, it's about skill. That's the thing. It's about my raw gamer skills. I think that you have the skills to pull it off. I don't have the skills to pull it off. I know that as a fact. Oh, it's more like, am I going to be focused enough? Etc. Not much of a faith haver. What do you think these little drawings are that May is staring at? Because they don't look like what that painting actually ends up being, you know? It's been good. I mean, I pretty much woke up and started streaming. Streaming since 8:30. Woke up at like 7. I ate breakfast. I made the thumbnail, and then I went live, pretty much. I do not see a Tyranitar. Really? You guys see Tyranitar? I do not see Tyranitar at all. Like, someone drew this. Like, you think about that? Like, there was, like, a sprite artist who drew something and put it there. I wonder if they drew it in, like... I wonder if they drew it large, and then they, like, shrank it down. That must be what they did, right? All right, here we go. We're on the move. Oh gosh, there's a plane. Dude, I looked out a window and I saw a plane insanely low. That was like unbelievable. Oh my god. It was a huge plane too. That was crazy. But I'm in the Pokémon. Hello. It was very low. I live close to an airport, but still, that was so low. There's actually kind of a lot of airports around here. I live close to like 2 airports. Actually, kind of 3 maybe. May, you gotta hatch this egg. There's no audio on purpose. In this chamber, it's supposed to be quiet. Good morning, Rebecca. How are you today? Alive. That's better than dead. This is all true. Mariru. That's not a phone call. That's just the game going, what? There's an egg? I'm not doing any phone calls. The notification when I step away from the painting, that is my Swampert fainting from poison. If you notice, I teleport very quickly out of there. It's because I set this up so that all my Pokemon are fainted, and Swampert is poisoned with 1 HP, and I'm in front of the painting. And then when I faint, I teleport to Sutopolis. Because that's the last Poke Center that I healed at. And that is how I set the situation up. It's kind of annoying to do, but not that hard if you take the time to do it right. I mean, it's in Japanese, so unless you're actually actively reading Japanese. If you're, then it's like, you know, you're not really sure what's happening. In lore, May looks at a painting, passes out, and then brings a boombox to wake up a giant fish. That's the intent by the developer issue. How does it faint if it's not in battle? It's poisoned. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't understand the question. Yeah, I guess Gen 5 did make it so poison doesn't damage you in the overworld. Actually, whoa. Thinking about it, it's been more games in Pokemon, poison doesn't damage you in the overworld than does damage you in the overworld. That's actually crazy to think about. In Gens 1 through 3, so in Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, and Leaf Green, if a Pokemon is poisoned, be it toxic poison or regular poison, every time you take like 3 or 4 steps, your Pokemon takes 1 HP of damage from being poisoned and can faint that way if they hit 0 HP. That is how poison damage works. In Gen 4, it also works like that, except instead of fainting when they hit 0 HP, they get to 1 HP and then they recover from the poison, is what happens. So you get to keep a Pokemon at 1 HP. And then in Gen 5, they removed it. I think they always live in Gen 4, but there could be edge cases, I don't know. Is reverse method 4 a thing? Probably only on unknowns. You'll probably get a reverse method 2, 3, or 4 on an unknown, and probably no other Pokemon. A reverse method is not caused by a V-blank. It's caused by them generating the Pokemon in a different way. For some purpose. I don't know why unknown. I haven't looked into it at all. I don't know why unknown generates in reverse method 1, but that's just what it does. I think I preferred poison damaging you in the overworld, but I guess my favorite game is Black and White, so clearly it's not a huge loss, right? Games like RPGs that have healing centers always have this problem where if you fuck up badly enough, you can fix your error by going back to the previous healing center and spending a bunch of time to do that. And so your punishment for being bad at the game or like doing a bad job of planning is that you waste a bunch of fucking time, which is not necessarily a fun way to it's like not necessarily like a fun punishment, and like it's like a specific weird thing. You know what I mean? Like it's like it doesn't make like usually when you get like I think about like a platformer or something, and it's like when you fuck up in a platformer, you know, you get to try again usually pretty quickly. I was 1 seed late, 5 advances late. I'm getting so many robocalls. All right. A bing da doing. So we're back into Elden Ring, and one of the in-game dungeons where you die, you have to reroute through the Overtune area as miserable as fuck. Yeah, it's always hard. I tend to like games that don't even have lives. So the only barrier to your skill progression is basically, I think making players, this could be like an ADHD thing or something, I don't know, but like making players replay huge areas over and over again tends to not be as fun as like having them handle just the micro situations. Like if you can pass a challenge once, don't make them have to do that same challenge like 6, 7, 8 times in a row. Like my favorite PS2 game, Jak and Daxter, doesn't have lives. Like you fall off the cliff, you just respawn at the nearest spot that you fell off. And so it's like, oh, if you fail to make a jump, if you die to an enemy, etc., etc., like you're kind of just back in the spot that you were. There's no real punishment. And it kind of keeps the gameplay flowing really nicely. I quite enjoy it. Trying to find a song I want to listen to. Kind of getting bored of my standard. Trying to find like a game soundtrack. We could go to the No Bottle Caps playlist. I've never played Dark Souls games, so I don't know about that. Ugh. The reason I never played them is just kind of stupid. I really only never, because I like hard games. The only reason I ever played them is because of their aesthetics. I remember, if anyone is old enough like me to remember gaming in 2008, every game looked like Dark Souls. It was a fucking brown and gray palette, with like dim lighting. Like literally every mainstream video game looked like that. And so at the time I was getting into like older games. I was getting into Super Nintendo and NES games, which were still hard, because that was Dark Souls' main appeal, was that it was difficult, right? These games are also hard, but they actually had like vibrant and colors and looked nice. And so I literally never played Dark Souls because I was like, I don't need some fucking dog shit brown game. I'm gonna go play Mega Man X on the Super Nintendo, and it's colorful and not easy. And it was the same thing. Like I was playing Contra a lot at the time, like the first Contra on NES. I was playing, and like also those games were really fun because they were games that you could beat in like the first time you play Contra, it takes so long to beat it. Even if you don't use even if you use the 30 lives code, it could still take a really long time. Like you play it and it takes you like 20, 30, 40 hours to beat. And then finally you beat it. And then you replay the whole game again, and now you're way better at it. And like now you're beating the game in like like when you're good at Contra, even if you're not a speedrunner, when you're good at Mega Man X, even if you're not a speedrunner, those games are easy to beat in under an hour. I wouldn't say the point of Souls is to be difficult. I would say they are, but the difficulty isn't why you're playing in it. The difficulty is just a byproduct of the challenged, focused gameplay. What? No, Dark Souls is definitely... A large appeal of Dark Souls is that it is a difficult game. That was literally its main appeal in 2008. Because games like Dark Souls weren't really mainstream studio products. Like, you could get games that are hard, that are like indie games, or like roguelikes or something. But like in 2008, the game industry like literally was not releasing hard games. Like it was... Games were only getting easier. And they pretty much released it. And they released it and it like kind of showed game studios that people actually like difficult shit. I literally don't care about them. I only didn't play them because they just looked ugly. They aesthetically, they were no different from like fucking Call of Duty at the time. And I was like, I don't care about this. This is ugly. Like, this is an ugly, stupid game. And I was playing hard games at the time, so it didn't matter. Like, from my perspective, the big thing about these games was that it was a hard game, and people were freaking out that it was a hard game, and it was cool that they were making a hard game, but I was like, I'm playing hard games. I've never played any of these old games anyway, so... That felt like a good press. It doesn't... The frames don't move when the thunders happen. The thunderstorm weather is like a static... It's like static. It has nothing to do with the thunders. No, it's like all games looked like that back then. Like, even compare a Super Smash Bros. Melee to Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Super Smash Bros. Brawl is like an ugly, disgusting game that's like desaturated. I hate that game so much, man. That game's so ass. Like, even Nintendo games were looking, quote unquote, more realistic and like less vibrant. Dude, censoring Brawl is so funny. I also do that with Ultimate. I censor Smash Ultimate. Oh, man. Is it level 32 female Zubat? What's level 30 male? It's a different Zubat. No, Brawl's awful. I truly hate it. I enjoy no aspect of it. Even casually, it's not a fun game. But it doesn't matter if I actually like, so this is so funny. So Infinite Omniverse says, Brawl is great, maybe not competitively, but saying is a bad game is a bad take. I do not believe in assessing games as a whole. It doesn't matter. So like, if I were to sit down and if someone was like, hey, let's play Super Smash Brothers casually, we'll play with items on, we'll play with 5 or 4 people, right? You can't do 5 people in the older games. You do 4 people, right? I would literally, this is not a joke, I would pick any other Smash game than Brawl. I would pick every single one of them except for Brawl. And then if someone goes to me, we only have Brawl, I would say, I have an SD card, let's play Project M, because I don't want to play Brawl. And then if they'd say, I don't want to do that, I'd say, let's find something else to do, because I don't want to fucking play that game. I could stand to casually play. I could stand to casually play pretty much any Smash game except Brawl. It's really unfun. And then on top of all of this, competitively is really the only way that I engage in the Super Smash Brothers games, right? So like, when if you compare Brawl and Melee, Brawl has significantly more content, right? Way more content. And it has more game modes, it has more characters, it has more stages, it has a more in-depth story mode, etc., right? You could strip all that away, it doesn't matter, because the main part about Melee that I like is the tournament, one-on-one, no items aspect of Melee. That part of Melee is so fun for me that I literally don't care what the rest of the game is. And first of all, the rest of Melee is pretty fun. I even like Melee story mode, like adventure mode. I even like it. But the rest of it is so, it doesn't even matter. For me, Melee's a 10 out of 10 just because of that tournament mode where I play with no items, one-on-one matches. That's the only part of Melee that I need, and it's a 10 out of 10. I could play that for the rest of time, and I literally think that makes it a great 10 out of 10 game. Brawl's main core gameplay, where you're fighting one-on-one, is so bad. It is so unfun for me that I don't even care about how good the rest of this content is it. I can't get over how awful that is. That's so unfun for me to play that I don't care. The game's never going to be fun for me. So when you analyze a game, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like for me also, like look at Pokemon, right? Pokemon Sapphire here. Pokemon Sapphire is like a middle of the road. It's a fun RPG. I like it. 6 out of 10. Would I have played it 6 million times over and over if I didn't have RNG manipulation? If I didn't have competitive play to do stuff like that? No, I wouldn't. So like, it doesn't even matter how good the core of Ruby and Sapphire's story mode is. The RNG aspect and the competitive play aspect is so fun that it keeps me doing the regular part. So like, you don't need to analyze games as like a whole. You don't need to analyze games as like a whole concept. If you like one part of it so much that you play it for hundreds, thousands of hours, that's all that matters. That game can then be good or bad from your perspective. It doesn't matter what the rest of that's why so many people love Pokemon Showdown, right? The battling aspect of Pokemon is so fun for people that Pokemon Showdown, one part of the game, it's not even the training, it's just planning, making teams, and doing PvP is so fun for people. It is their favorite game of all time, and they literally maybe have never even purchased a physical copy of a Pokemon game. And that is how much they love just that one aspect of a Pokemon game. And so I would say for them, like, let's say someone like Jimothy Cool, right? I know Gen 3 is not necessarily, he likes Gen 3 a lot. Let's say assume it's his favorite meta. Jimothy Cool, Gen 3 is his favorite meta game, and let's say, for argument's sake, it's his favorite competitive game of all time. I would say that, like, Pokemon Emerald is his favorite video game of all time then. Because that is, like, picked up and removed from, and it's from Pokemon Emerald. You know what I mean? Just the PvP of it. Even if he's literally never played the single-player adventure, you could say Pokemon Emerald's my favorite game of all time, just because of how much you like the PvP battle metagame. The fan-made PvP battle metagame. You can say Emerald's your favorite game of all time. And you can say, I think Black and White is dog shit. Even if you've never played the single player of Black and White, because all you care about is the competitive metagame, and if you don't like the competitive metagame, it's okay to say it's bad and you don't like that game, because you're talking about it through that one lens, right? I think that's totally valid. All right, I will observe it, but I have to pee first. So that's just like my thoughts on video games. I don't even think it's required that you analyze them holistically. You know what I mean? I've never done BDSP RNG because I hate the game so much. What the fuck? How did he do that? No. It looks like he's wall teching off of nothing. What the fuck? That's crazy. I've never seen that before in my life. Yeah, I agree, Rashi. That's what I think about Brawl. Brawl can be great everywhere else, but the one-on-one physics engine is so bad that the game is a 0 out of 10 for me. I don't think Ultra Sun and Moon is an objectively good game, by the way. I don't think you can be objective, for the record. Ultra Sun and Moon, I think, is very clearly a upgrade from Sun and Moon, but they're both not good games. Neither of them are good games. I would probably enjoy them more if you didn't get stopped so much, but also the real problem is the route design is just, it's non-existent. Every single route is a straight line with literally nothing interesting to explore. There's no side routes, there's literally 0 side routes in Sun and Moon. I couldn't even imagine what you're talking about. There's like literally nothing. Every single route is just a straight line to the next location that you're gonna do. Again, compare that to Gen 5, where literally every single route has multiple offshoots of random shit that you can go and do. Black and White is like the most linear map design, but it doesn't matter because every single route has so much to explore. Literally every route has at least one area that is like a side secret area that you don't need to do something in. It's so awesome. No, yeah, they have. This is why I don't count it, because it's like I remember the one on what's the pathway? It's Vast Pony Canyon. There's one near the very end of Vast Pony Canyon. You can like talk to some bramble and sneak under, and then the bramble is a 1-inch hallway that leads you to a TM. Okay, really good exploration options. What great map design. They've done it again. Like what the heck? Again, compare that to Black and White, where every fucking route has something extra going on. It's so awesome. Tons of optional areas, tons of extra stuff, no HMs, and you don't need stupid ride Pokemon either. That's right. Black and White is the first game that doesn't require any HMs. Actually, that's a lie. There's one HM requirement, but for the rest of the game, you don't need any. You just need to use them for exploration, which is awesome. You need to stop and smell the roses when you're playing in Black and White. Go do other activities. Explore all the little side sections. Pretty much, Rashi. You want to talk about optional side areas? Talk about abandoned ship. Yeah, but Black and White literally has one of those on every single route. Route 1 even has Route 18 and Route 17. Striaton City has the Dream Yard, which you do go to for a brief bit in the story, but actually the Dream Yard has a whole post-game area. Actually, I don't know if it's post-game only, but it only opens up after you can use Strength. Nakreen City has a multi-layered Wellspring Cave. And it also has Pinwheel Forest, too. It has Pinwheel Forest exterior, where you can go out and do the fighting rock shard thing. And then you can actually go into the forest. And the forest has 2 sections, and then there's one for Virizion. The desert has Relic Castle. It has 2. It has like the whole big desert area, and then the big desert area also has Relic Castle, which has multiple layers to it. There is the Lostlorn Forest, which also has a waterfall in it to get to a secret upper area, and Lostlorn Forest also has a deep secret area where you can do the Zoroark event. There's multiple different cave systems around Driftvale City. It's Twist Mountain. Route 6 has the cave where Cobalion is, and Chargestone Cavern. Oh, it's so awesome. It's just such a good game. Everything's so good. Whole region, no cool mons. But what? Pretty much every gen. Pretty much every gen has cool Pokemon. I pretty much almost never dislike a single Pokemon. I'm not a New Yorker. I mean, I am a New Yorker. I moved to Michigan recently, but... Oh, it's shiny. Hold. We don't know if it's a method 4. No. Hold. It could be method 1. If it's method 1, I'm resetting. We have to hold. There's no excitement. Hold the line. Alright. I don't know Kyogre's stats enough. I want to say no, but I don't know. Calking. Nope, it's method 1. Yeah, I think it's like 160 something for method 4. Alright, back to it. At least we got one. It's been so long since I've even seen a shiny. Ugly rat? What are you talking about? I'm not a huge fan of Pidove. No, I like Roggenrola a lot. I'm a big fan of Roggenrola and Bulbor. I like them both. They're pretty cool. I like Musharna a lot and Muna. I like them. I actually really like the Elemental Monkeys. I usually use the Elemental Monkey as my... I usually pick Snivy as my starter. And then I stop using it before the first gym. And the Water Monkey becomes my starter. I don't really use Patrat. I don't love Watchog. I do like male... the male Pidove evolution. But I don't use it really. And I don't like the cat. I like the cat's design. It just kind of stinks. It's just like not a good Pokemon. So I don't really use it. Even though I do like Liepard. But I use I like Simipour a lot. I like Musharna a lot. Lilligant is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. I love Lilligant. I use Lilligant in every single playthrough of a Gen 5 game. I love it so much. I love Venipede. Oh my gosh. Venipede and Scolipede are so cool. I love them too. I love the Crocodile line. So cool. I love Crocodile. I love Darmanitan. I love Sigilyph. I even like Maractus. I've never used Maractus only because I always use Lilligant, but Maractus is cool. I like it a lot. I like Zebstrika a lot too, actually. I've used Zebstrika before. I love Golurk. Golurk is another a classic favorite. I really like Golurk a lot. I like Druddigon a lot. I love a lot of the Pokemon in Chargestone Cave. I love Klinklang. Oh my gosh, Klinklang is another favorite of mine. I use Klinklang a lot. I use Klinklang in most playthroughs as well. I like Vanillix a lot too, yeah. I like the Eel line, very cool. Electros, very cool Pokemon. I like Durant a lot too, yeah. Yeah. I like most of the Gen 5 Pokemon. I like most Pokemon. In general. Actually, I like Samurot's design, to be honest with you. Oh, I like Herdier and Stoutland. I like them a lot, actually. Stoutland is an awesome Pokemon. I like the Stoutland line. I like the Muna line. I like the Simipour line. I like the Blitzel and Zebstrika line. I like Roggenrola. I'm neutral on Woobat and Swoobat. I like Drillbur and Excadrill a lot. I like Audino. It's okay. I'd say positive. I love Timber. I like Timber Conkeldurr line. I love Seismitoad. Oh my god, Seismitoad is so awesome. Throw in Sock, Neutron, whatever. Seawaddle, it's okay. Venipede, Scolipede, fucking awesome. Petilil, Lilligant, awesome. Basculin, love Basculin. Sandile, Crocodile, awesome. Darumaka, awesome. Dwebble and Crustle, fucking awesome. Scraggy, Scrafty, awesome. Sigilyph, awesome. Kofagrigus, awesome. Tortuga and Archeops, awesome Pokemon. Trubbish, Garbodor, fucking love them. Zoroark, very awesome. Minccino, Chinchino, awesome. Gothitelle, man, I don't like that much. Reuniclus, I would love Reuniclus more, but it's such a degen in competitive play. Hate it. Ducklet and Swanna, I fucking love Swanna. Swanna's one of the best Gen 5 Pokemon. Vanillix, awesome. Sawsbuck, okay. Gimmick is eh. Emolga's eh. Carablast Escavalier, very cool. I like them a lot. Amoongus, eh. Fearless Jellicent, I like them. Alomomola, eh. Joltik Galvantula, I like them. Ferroseed Ferrothorn, I love them. Clink Clang, love them. Tynamo Electros, love them. Elgium Behemoth, awesome. Chandelure, awesome. Haxorus, awesome. Beartick, awesome. Cryogonal, awesome. Shelmet, Iselgor, awesome. Stunfisk, it's okay. Mienshao, awesome. Drudagon, awesome. Golurk, awesome. Bisharp, awesome. Braviary, awesome. Mandibuzz, I also really like it. Heatmore and Durant, I love them. I love Heatmore. I love Durant. Hydreigon, awesome. Volcarona, awesome. Terrakion, Cobalion, Virizium, awesome. Tornadus, Landorus, Thunderous, awesome. Reshiram's I don't like, but Zekrom I like a lot. Kyurem I also like a lot. Keldeo, Meloetta, Genesect, I love them. They're some of my favorite mythicals ever. I would say I like a majority of these Pokemon. But the thing is, if you get me to do that across every single gen, I'm gonna like most Pokemon in most gens. I like McTD, yeah. Favorite regional decks, huh? I would say X and Y has a pretty good regional decks. Either it or I'm one late. Black and White 2 has such like a fan service regional decks. That shit is loaded up with fan favorites. You know, for some reason I felt like that wasn't a good reset. My phone fell, and now my headphones are falling off. It's just pretty much luck. There's certain aspects I can do to make it more in my favor or less in my favor, but... I actually genuinely just enjoy Black and White 1 more than I enjoy Black and White 2. Not even 60 likes, but 100 viewers. That ratio is very low. Like the stream if you're enjoying your time. True. Haven't done any self-promo. You guys are having a good time. Like the stream. Helps me out in the YouTube algorithm. And for every dono/channel membership we get, I read a Snapple fact out of my Snapple fact Snapple book. Any likers? How many members to unban Wolfpack? They voted to ban him yesterday. 5 members and Wolfpack gets unbanned. I don't really have a member goal for today. I mean, I don't know what I will do if I get 5 members. Wolfpack got banned at the very end of the stream because chat was actually more annoyed with Wolfpack than I was. And I was like, fine, if I get 5 members, I'll ban Wolfpack. And like literally instantaneously, I got 5 members and Wolfpack got banned. It was really funny. I mean, it literally happened within like 1 minute of me saying it. It was so funny. Yeah, it was a quick rally, to say the least. There was a quick rally. This cannot be denied. Beatus is a menace to society. Alright, I'll do it. Hold on. I have to figure out how to do it. Let me... It's hard to do it. How do I do this? Is it in settings? Why is this like not the annoying part about the ban list is it's like not organized in like a meaningful way. What's up, Pinky? How you doing? Ugh, hold on. I need to navigate to the channel of the person. I felt like a good press. You can't control F. Alright. Unhide user from my channel. I did it. Okay. Wolfpack is unbanned from my channel. Thanks to Professor Beatus. 5 more members and they're banned again. Wolfpack. It's just a permanent feature of the channel now. Every 5 members, Wolfpack is banned or unbanned. I fully leave it to chat. Chat is fully deterministic to Wolfpack's fate. And they have to say that they want their membership to go to that. It's like a decision thing, you know what I mean? Like, if you become a member and you say, this goes towards the Wolfpack Freedom Fund, or this goes to the Wolfpack Oppressor Fund. You know what I mean? Thank you for the vibe, Gifted Beatus. Everybody show him some Blisy love.
Thanks for the donation.
Oh, here they come.
Thanks for the donation. Thanks for the donation.
Don't worry, Pinky.
Thanks for the donation.
Life's expensive. I never
Thanks for the donation.
expect anyone to donate anything. Let me check my member counts right. I don't actually know what my member count is. I'm at 173 right now. Allegedly. All right. I'll refill my water bottle and go to the bathroom. Whoa! That was crazy. I knocked a bunch of shit over. Just Coke from yesterday. I'm back. And we don't have 100 likes yet. What the heck, gamers? Do you hate me? I think y'all hate me if I don't have 100 likes. Like the stream or we never see another shiny Kyogre again. Oh. Can we get 5 gifted for not having 100 likes? Yeah, I won't complain about likes for the rest of the stream if I get 5 more subs today. I will mention likes once. For the rest of the stream. Oh, I gotta pause. I don't know, maybe I was early on that one. I gotta lock the F in. Next attempt is locked. Cat did this because we didn't have 100 likes, it's true. We had 100 likes, there wouldn't have been a problem. I've hit this adamant one before, I think. Haven't I? Maybe not, actually. I've hit an adamant one today, but... Is this the worst Kyogre ever invented? Oh, I was like 5 frames early. What the hell? I was on seed, which I did feel like my seed press was good. No, I'm locking in regardless. Watch your Shiny Wish Chansey video recently. I want to start with Ace, though. I don't know where to start. I'm not gonna... Muck is important to the setup because it's stench. I mean, I didn't do Ace with it. I mean, it depends like what you mean, like with Ace or whatever. There's other ways to get Shiny Wish Chances too. You could just inject an old event. That wasn't really an option at the time when I did the corruption. My screwdrivers are here. Yay. Arbitrary code execution to force a PID egg to get a shiny comp chance in your version of Sapphire. You're already, you already did it wrong. You need it to be method 2. You're never gonna get it to be method 2. Just screwdriving. My, dishwasher's handle broke. Like the locking mechanism on it. So I'm going to unscrew it to see if I can fix it, or unscrew it, and if I can't fix it, I will order a new latch, basically. So what I call exciting? Thank you, Joss. I think it's a very exciting stream where I stare at a painting and do nothing. Although we cannot explain this to you in a YouTube chat. You can go into my Discord section and talk in the glitches section and ask people. I mean, it looks like I can order the dishwasher parts on Amazon or eBay or something, or replacement parts. We have to see how bad the latch broken is, but yeah, it's a good idea. Plastic welding, good idea too. Yeah, it's a very good song. I quite like it. What is Corridors of Time? The Chrono Trigger song? Oh. This one's okay. I like other Chrono Trigger songs more. It's like good ambience. Chrono Trigger is such a good game. Talking about Frog Song? No, Frog Song. Secret of the Forest. Gnome coated. I do love wind scene. This is maybe my favorite one. About Mario RPG Beware the Mushroom Forest. I swear I just saw a flash. That felt pretty good. Even the Blisy a cappella version of a Wincy. Hold on. I have to wait for the thingy to hatch. Meryl, come out of your egg, you little stinky lord. Stink brain, get out of your egg. Music time. Alright. Which one is end of time? I don't remember. Huh? Oops. Left YouTube. What is end of time? Let's see. I don't remember this one. I've only played Chrono Trigger once, but I really liked it. What is it? Beware the forest's mushrooms. Is this the normal song? Yeah, this song is like too overplayed for me. I like it, but I've heard it so many times. This is one of my favorite Super Nintendo songs. I love Super Mario World. It's very fun. Alright, later, Green Darkness. Have a good day at work. I want to click on Wii Shop Channel Bossa Nova so bad. I wanna listen to some Kirby. How many gift subs to ban Wii Shop Wednesday? Too many. You couldn't afford it. I would feel bad extorting you for such a high quantity of money to stop Wii Shop Wednesday. I like Wii Shop Wednesday too much. I derive a great deal of energy from it. Alright, we're locking in. The outside world is a distraction. Maybe late. I felt pretty good, but maybe late. Dang. Remember that one time he was pink? Yeah, good times. It's a different adamant one. One seed late, a couple early. It's a couple early last time. All right. Also, the Method 4 one is the shortest wait. Icarus Uprising? No, never played it. It's Visual Boy Advance. We are determined. Method 5 is also like an inappropriate name, kind of. Because you can V-blank so hard that you get into Method 2. Like, there's really nothing, there's no point in naming anything after Method 4. You should just describe how many V-blanks you needed to get to the thing. Phantasy Star 2 Save Room song, yeah. Yeah, it's real. I don't think Method 3 is in a command right now. Where is the song? This is so sad. There's like a song that's missing from this soundtrack, I think. What's up, Sune Guardian Lee? How you doing? Sword of the Surviving Guardian. I love that emote, Jeff. We wait, gamers. Hold on. 2 planets approach. No, this was interesting. I like don't have any. No, you will be banned if you leave. What do you mean? Can you go grab something? What do you mean? I can't stop you. This is. 15 minutes is a long time to be grabbing something. Hopefully you have good grip endurance. True? Insane Aquarium. Gaming. I'm not interested in it. All right. Locked. Yeah, my Clefairy Squishmallow is very awesome. I squanch him many times. You do squanch it. Stephen Allen, why are you trying to curse me with the Zubat? That's fucked up, bro. That's literally like a curse. It works on English Box. My Sapphire is, I don't own English Sapphire because I lost my Sapphire. I didn't lose it. I lent it to my ex-girlfriend and then we broke up and then she fucking sold it. And then when I went to go, this is like and then when I went to finally get a new Sapphire, I bought one in like 2016 or 2017 or something. The game prices hadn't skyrocketed yet, but like I was looking at English Sapphire and it was $40. And then I looked at Japanese Sapphire, and it was literally $13 with the box, with the manual. And I was like, why would I buy it in English? And so I bought it in Japanese. And same with Japanese Emerald. Japanese Emerald was like $14 or something. Also with the box, with the manual, so... I don't know what music to play. What do I want to listen to? I don't regret getting it. Why would I? I have a functional copy of Sapphire that I like. Is it Plock soundtrack? My Japanese copy of this game works perfectly fine. I have no issues with it. Not if you nickname them in Japanese, then it's easy. I don't want to use English letters. Cringed. Ugh. They made a Blaziken Funko Pop? That's crazy. What's the temperature outside today? Ooh, I gotta open windows. It's literally 10 degrees cooler than it was yesterday. Too goddamn warm. Pinky is a southerner. Alert. Unless she really fucking hates warm weather. I don't know who on Earth would describe 54 as warm, but maybe an Alaskan. You're in New York? I consider 54 to be nice weather. Like, to me, it's good. Yes, I also would go outside in shorts. It's good weather. I wouldn't say it's 72. No, it's not. In New York? Hold on, I'm good. I'm examining. I'm a prior New York enjoyer. Where I used to live, it's 66. Is it really? Is it like 74 in the city? Yeah, it's like 72 in the city. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. I didn't live that much further north in the city, and it's 66 there. It's always warm enough for flip-flops / sandals. I always wear them. I like don't wear shoes unless I literally have to. If it was 82, I would kill myself. Dang. Remember when it was pink? You guys remember when it was pink there? Oh, this is gonna be hardy, isn't it? Oh, it's modest 158. I don't know this one. Method 4. 2 seeds late, like 4 advances late. I have to pee pretty badly. I will be right back. Ugh, hello. I should open this window. Office window is very awesome. Window right behind a computer. Based. Based. My, like, music meter has been, like, depleted. I've listened to the same songs too much. I need some good, newer video game tracks that, like, I haven't listened to in a long time or heard before. Oh, you're playing Fight to the Finish? Indeed, I am playing Fight to the Finish. Yeah, I don't know what other songs I'm interested in listening to. Say Dewey like Louie from Pikmin. Dewey. Louie. Pull him up. It's Louis Olimar is my favorite stim. Louis Olimar. Achoo. One of my favorite Pokemon themes is not Necrozma, it's what is that big Eternatus Phase 3? It's a remix. I do not want a remix. Oh. No, this guy, he posted the song wrong, too. That's the crazy part. An 8-bit version of it? This is cute. I don't want extended. Why can't I find Eternatus Phase 3 anymore anywhere? That's so strange. I literally can't find it anywhere. That's like the original version. I used to find this song like easy. I want the remix. This is an hour extension. I can't find the original. Jeff, you're coping so hard. I agree. That they could have done no timer. It's like, I feel like this is just like would be a feature that would never be used. I don't know. It would have to be... The timer's 20 minutes. It absolutely matters a lot, like a lot, for 6v6 battles. Yeah. Oh, we got a Zubat, huh? Unlucky Zubat encounter. You did about some of the dumbest things you've ever witnessed? What are you talking about? The funny part about the Sword and Shield story for me is that the characters in it, like, don't... Like, Leon's the main character, not you. You know what I mean? Sword and Shield from Leon's perspective goes crazy. Yeah, true. Nope, I hit it today, but method 1 instead of method 4. Rose summoning a World Egg Watcher because he couldn't wait a day. Rose was going to summon a world-ending monster no matter what. What are you talking about? Rose was like obsessed with getting clean energy to the point where he wanted to like destroy, like he didn't care. Like, it didn't matter. If he summoned it the next day, he would have still just summoned the world-ending monster. Like, it didn't matter, you know? Rose would have literally ruined his public image because he summoned a world-ending monster. There is literally no universe where summoning Eternatus goes well. Just so you understand, right? Enjoying the sports anime vibe of the story. I would say that there really wasn't a story until that point. I never really felt like a real rivalry or anything like that. I think Sword and Shield's postgame is good if you count the DLC. I actually quite like the second DLC. Crown Tundra was very good, I thought. You cannot finish the Crown Tundra. You can't finish it without beating all the gyms. You can do most of it. You can't finish it. Is VGC pretty sweaty? I mean, yeah. It's a competitive game with a large player base. It's gonna get sweaty. I don't understand people who want competitive games, but they don't want it to be sweaty. Like, what are you looking for? Oh, he's here. Who got Wolfpack here? Nobody. I said it was 5 members to unban you, and we got 5 members. They unbanned. FA did not campaign to get you unbanned. It was someone else. You have Professor Beatus to thank. RNG because the Battle Tower videos are so helpful. Nice, Jobu. Are people complaining about skill-based? I might have been late. Well, no, I understand wanting a casual experience. But, like, don't go looking to the competitive tournament circuit for a casual experience. You know what I mean? Zubat rolled again. I don't do shiny hunts. I don't do normal shiny hunts. I only do RNG manips. So you're never going to see me doing a shiny hunt in a max raid den. I thought about doing it for Zygarde. Because I really do like it shiny, but I've never really did it because I don't care that much in the end. Nope, Reggie Drago's impossible. You need Tabu Fini and Tabu Lele? I think I got all of those from the Gen 7 events where they gave them out shiny. I might have to RNG some of them still with good stats. Oh, I RNG'd at least one of them with good stats. You don't fuck with the shiny events? Yeah, because you're cringe. I like nicknaming, but it's not a big deal if I can't do it. And in Gen 7, you can just RNG a trainer ID to then nickname it, which I've done. That's true, Jonathan. The Pokemon Red and Blue and Gold and Silver in the EU Virtual Console release literally got T ratings, didn't they? But gacha games are chill. Omega low. Dude, gacha games and all that stuff should not be legal. Like loot crates and things like that definitely should be illegal. It's actually embarrassing that they are not illegal. You just have to use the event name? Why does it ruin it? What are you talking about? You can't change the event OT name, obviously. What? How does that ruin it? Does the event Pokemon have to have the... You can't change the OT name. It's impossible. That doesn't matter. Feels silly since all the casinos in Pokemon... So, like, this is like an example of, like, a person, like, not being able to, like, conceptualize things. It's like, you didn't have the feeling that a Pokemon game made you want to go to a casino, therefore it feels silly. Like, you're literally only looking at the world through your own point of view. Like, there are studies on... Like, the fact that you even thought this is so funny to me, because it's like, there is studies on how introducing things to children at a young age makes them more likely to adopt the thing in the future. It's why those candy cigarettes are not legal anymore. It's like people did studies that if you're around smoking and if you're around pretending smoking and if you think that smoking is cool, you're more likely to smoke, and that's why the candy cigarettes are banned. It's the same exact thing with gambling in children's games. If you're able to gamble in children's games as a child, you are more likely to develop a gambling addiction when you're an adult. Like, you could just Google this. It's not just your own feelings. It's how it affects many other hundreds of thousands of people's. And it's like, even if you don't do the study, like, intuitively introducing something to someone at a younger age makes you more likely to like it. Have you ever eaten a food that seems gross to other people? It's like, why doesn't it gross to you? Oh, well, probably because you've been eating that food since you were literally 4. Like, that's probably why. Well, I wasn't even saying it just to dunk on you, but it's just like, I was saying it to, like, show you, like, the idea that you even had that thought is bad. Like, that's how incorrect the statement was. It's not just that your thought was bad, it's that the way you got to the thought was so bad, like, you should reassess how you think about things. And, like, I think a lot of people think like this. It didn't affect me, therefore not bad, therefore silly. It depends what you're talking about. Gambling isn't a bad thing because you spend all day hoping for a lucky thing to happen. Gambling is a bad thing because it's a, like, predatory addiction where you can lose all of your money. That's pretty much it. Like, I literally think it's better. Like, gambling would be a fine hobby if you were hard limited to spending X dollars per day and it was impossible for you to spend more than $20 a day doing it or something. I don't know an actual number that would be reasonable, but you know what I mean? Like, if you were like literally hard limited to not legally be able to gamble more than $20 a day or something like that, then it's probably not a harmful hobby. Like, the harmfulness of gambling isn't that you're addicted to doing something where there's a randomized result necessarily. The harmful nature of it is you spending money and getting the thrill of spending money by betting all of your currency. Like, that's where it was. Like, people have talked about this before, like, where a lot of the thrill of gambling for them comes from the fact that they're risking their income, right? It feels thrilling to spend 20, 30, 40, 50% of your, like, total net savings and then risk that and then get pit and, like, either get rewarded or lose it and then try and win it back. Like, that's the negative part of gambling. Right? And you can argue luck-based mechanics will lead to people being interested in gambling in and of itself, which is fair. But I think the explicit... It doesn't matter. Like, saying where do you draw the line is kind of almost a bad faith argument. Because just because you're uncertain where a line needs to go doesn't mean that no regulation on it isn't good, right? You're right in that. Does shiny hunting as a child lead to potentially a gambling addiction? Is there a correlation? Potentially there is a correlation between that. But there is already definitively proven a correlation between introducing these things at a young age explicitly to gambling as an adult, right? Or to gambling addictions as an adult, right? So you can look at the minimum thing. You can look at the minimum threshold, which is explicitly remove casinos from children's video games, and that's your starting point, and that's a good thing already. Because saying where's the line, I don't know where to draw the line, it's like drawing a line at all is good. We have covered the minimum, and then we can see what's going on with the rest if the rest need to be worked on, right? I think loot crates, I think gambling, that shit should not be allowed in children's games. Yeah. Video games are already have a correlative risk. I don't like the idea of a game not being released simply because it contained a slot machine. Why would a game not be released because it contained a slot machine? The game would get a higher rating. No, it just means they don't put slot machines in it anymore. What? I don't understand. They just stopped putting slot machines in it, which is good. But if it's a re-release, they literally have added they literally added Celebi into English Crystal. The games have been re-released before, and they just got higher ratings. In Europe, the games got higher ratings, and still got re-released on the Virtual Console. Yeah. I think really they're not re-releasing it because their business model, not because of anything else. Pokemon literally got re-releases in EU with gambling. I think with a franchise as big as Pokemon, it's unlikely they wouldn't re-release. I think there would be more likelihood that they would alter the release of the game somehow to not include the casino. I also think it's not impossible that you get an 18+ release in Emerald in Europe. I mean, Emerald's gambling is much more explicit. It is like actual slot machines and like a roulette wheel. So I could definitely see there's a chance it gets an even higher rating. I don't think it matters that much. I don't really think there's like a huge benefit to being able to play Pokemon Emerald. Really, I'm still late on the seed, huh? I think if Game Freak was truly determined to release it without an 18+ rating, they would do... I think they would do... They would just do a slight edit to it. They would make it so the casino games literally don't work. I think Pokemon is less likely to get re-releases because of their business model than because of... than because of the age rating issue, to be honest with you. Like, Pokemon's whole point is, like, planned obsolescence. They kind of intentionally don't want people going back to the older games. I don't like to do PRNG plus seed changing. It takes the skill out of it. I actually don't know how well Ace codes would work on this. You'd probably have to write your own version of the Ace code. Because it's on Pokemon Box, so. The way that I use Ace is, does Ace take away from a skillful act that I would be doing? If so, it makes it less fun for me, right? The whole point of playing the game this way is because this is the way that's fun for me. And so, like, Ace doing, like, the PRNG change plus teleporter, just the PRNG change, right? That removes the element of skill of talking to the painting and then going to the other thing. Which is, like, a skillful aspect of playing the game, right? That's what's fun for me, is playing it skillfully. Ace, if doing Ace in that specific way removes it, then it's less fun. Compared to, you know, That's pretty much it. I'm getting hungies. I might make a PB&J real quick. Mm. Pokemon Company devs are not lazy. I had a crazy opinion to have. You make Scarlet and Violet in like 1 calendar year and tell me it's gonna go better. That's just crazy, bro. It's a miracle the game literally boots. Bye, Binky. Mm-hmm. 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 They're absolutely not given enough time. It's so ridiculous. It's not just the Pokemon company, by the way. Game Freak execs are absolutely to blame. Shareholder? I don't think Game Freak's a public is Pokemon Company's not public. That's a private company, is it not? Pokemon Company's engine is proprietary. They've developed the Pokemon engine themselves, did they not? How do you know that they're switching engines? I don't even think the leak stuff is enough information to understand their development process and whether their toolchains are complex. You're still working with such a small amount of information unless you have actual interviews from developers explaining how shit worked. Game Freak makes other video games. Ate the bread too fast. I mean, people say you need to let them crunch less, you need to let them X less, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They made some of their best games during crunches. So it's not necessarily always a problem. I agree it's bad, but Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver were absolutely made really, really fast. Black and White 1 and Black and White 2 were also very, very quickly made, clearly. I need water. Eat my sandwich too fast. Yeah. Seed. I'm in the same as platinum for the most part, Greg. Yeah. It's peanut butter and jelly. What's happening? I'm eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah, it's similar, but it only works with Ruby and Sapphire. Copy a box was like $25. Yeah. I paid $50 for a bundle that came with Japanese Coliseum and Japanese box. I think if you want to go after Game Freak, what you should be doing is going after the direction that they're taking the games, right? Like, talking about Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield not being good, like, what you should be doing is, like, looking at, like, the game directors. Saying, like, your plan for this game, like, the way you're handling the story, the way you're handling the post-game, these things are bad. And you could say the same to Scarlet and Violet, right? Like, the way that you're handling the story in these games, the way that you're handling the post-game, the design decisions for the world, it's all bad. Wow. I've never gotten one in this room. I'm getting the Zubat horsing. You like Sun and Moon? Wrong. I'm just kidding. You're allowed to have your opinions. But for me, Sun and Moon is almost like the death of the franchise. Sun and Moon are really awful. Ultra Sun and Moon are slightly better because they do have a post game. No, you are like the exact opposite type of human to me. Black and White 1 is literally my favorite game in the franchise by probably a pretty significant margin. I actually think Sword and Shield are probably slightly better than Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon story-wise is better than Ultra Sun and Moon. Dude, people say this. I think people who say that Ultra Sun and Moon story is better than Sun and Moon story need to play the games again. Because the story has literally almost no differences. It's actually unbelievable. I think they maybe changed... I think they removed literally one cutscene. You understand? It's like crazy. And in fact, I think Sun and Moon does some things worse than Ultra Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon tries to hand wave away Lucimene's behavior by saying that she was poisoned by Nihilego. Like, okay, they removed the cutscene where Lily was doing the thing. Hot take, I don't think the main story of a Pokemon game should be about another fucking character than you. Your character is the main character. I'm not interested in Lily's journey as much as I'm interested in my own journey. I don't want to be a fucking robot going through a game with no story consequences at all to observe another character's story arc. It's crazy. I think my catch just did something. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, that was Saffron getting into her cube. It was so loud. No, she was getting into her, like, little hiding cube, and she just was so loud. You'd rather watch another character's story arc in Pokemon because the PC is so inexpressive? It doesn't have to be that way. Deep lore with no plot. The plot of a Pokemon game isn't the literal dialogue in the game. The plot of the Pokemon game is your experience through it. That's why you can have an interesting story in a game like Gen 1 or Gen 2, where there's literally no plot. The story is the Pokemon that you catch, the way that you win the battles, the way that you lose the battles, the ways that you explore the world. Those are the interesting stories about a Pokemon game. And you go tell your friend, you're like, I caught this guy, I fucking got wiped by this thing. That's the story of a Pokemon game. That's the actual roleplay experience of a Pokemon game. That's why games like Gold and Silver can have such a lasting impression. I would say that there's no plot. I would argue the plot is so minimal in Gold and Silver that it doesn't even matter. Actually, I think if you take out the Team Rocket stuff of Gold and Silver, the game probably improves. To be honest with you. And it's the same for example, I actually think one of the worst story, like, written text plots in a Pokemon game ever is Pokemon Legends Arceus. That game's story is so fucking awful. It's like legit a 0 out of 10. It's unbelievable. But it's easily one of the best Pokemon games because your personalized story is so good. No. No, it's not Irida hater. It's, yes, a little, but it's literally... Dude. The amount of dialogue in that game. The characters do not say anything. This is like a modern Nintendo problem I've noticed. Is you will talk to a character and they will say to you, hey, can you go 2 doors down and get an item for me, right? But instead of saying that, they will say it to you with 25 text boxes. It is like literally just vapid dialogue, and you're just like, boop, 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 and they don't say anything. They just say nothing. It's like unbelievably, and at least in that game, they're not stopping you every 2 seconds, but it's like you get into a cutscene where you talk to the head of the Galactic Research Patrol or whatever, and you are just, he's yapping and yapping and yapping. I don't think the battle system in Pokemon Legends Arceus feels any different than the battle system in the main series games, like at all. There's almost no meaningful difference between the battle system in Legends Arceus and the battle system in Sword and Shield. There's like none. In fact, I think Legends Arceus had some tougher battles because they would do like 3v1s against you, or they had a trainer with 8 Pokemon. The Volo fight was a genuinely decently difficult fight for me. The movesets are limited? I mean, yeah. There's less moves in the game. That game has like literally 200 or 300 moves tops. There's a very small amount of moves. They should have used the Pokemon Snap graphics for Scarlet and Violet. So like the difference between Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is that every time you approach an area in Pokemon Snap, you are looking from the same fucking angle on rails at the same way every single time. Like, it's literally like the games could not be more different. Pokemon Snap is a game on rails that knows exactly when you're going to be at what fidelity, where, when, from what camera angles, how, and when. It knows all of that exactly to perfection. Compared to Scarlet and Violet, which is a free-roaming open-world game with a camera that you can point in any direction and zoom in and out. Like, the Pokemon behavior in Scarlet and... Not in Scarlet, in Pokemon Snap is, like, fully deterministic. Voice acting in Pokemon? If I had to hear the anime-style voice acting in a Pokemon game, I'm gonna kill myself. If a Pokemon game has voice acting, like, in, like, the newest Xenoblade games or whatever, or, like, in, like, a modern JRPG, like a Final Fantasy game, I'm not gonna live. I'll kill myself. It's so awful. These people do awful jobs. The people who like it are brain dead. I hate it. I'm sure they're talented actors, but the direction they're getting is just, it's truly awful. AI text-to-speech voice acting would genuinely be better than, like, the anime voice acting they got for, like, the most recent Final Fantasy game. It would literally be better. Is this emulator or cartridge? It's both. No, I actually don't like the Pokemon saying their own name bit. I definitely don't like the voice acting in Masters EX. It's awful. To keep the voices in Japanese, you might think it's tolerable. No. You just say that because you don't, you don't know what, like, how to speak Japanese. This is a common dub versus sub people argument. It's like, yeah, it just sounds better to you because you can't fucking understand it. There's literally no... Also, it's, like, delusional to even think that's an option ever. You really think they would release a Pokemon game with full voice acting in Japanese, release it in America, and not fucking translate it? You can't think that's ever even... That can never happen in this universe ever. To even hope for that, to even say that conceptually as an option, is like delusion. Like, even theorizing, like, thinking about it in a wistful way is almost a waste of your brain power, because it will never happen. Most modern anime dubs are usually good. Honestly, a lot of the problem with modern dubs... A lot of the problem with modern dubs is that... they tend to use, like, the same voice actor pool. Like, Funimation dubs everything, and it's like, you can, like, hear the same person in multiple roles too much. It's like a very insulated community, because it's all non-union work, and they're all doing the same thing. I think Demon Slayer's dub is fine. I don't really have a problem with it. The main voice actor for Tanjiro was literally a abridged person. Oh, no, I'm thinking of My Hero Academia, not Tanjiro. The My Hero Academia guy for Deku, I think, started doing abridged things on YouTube. I don't remember. English VAs try way too hard. But again, you don't speak Japanese. Like, you don't know what they're doing in Japanese. Demon Slayer's mediocre anyway? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the dialogue in anime is very campy and cheesy. I don't dislike Demon Slayer, I just think it's mediocre. Like, it's fine. It's a perfectly acceptable shonen. This is my first attempt in a while, too. Serious Kyogre. This is method 4. 1 seed early, 5 advances late. And I'm saying that you just can't understand Japanese tone and delivery. Anyone who's ever complained about an English dub and then not a Japanese dub doesn't understand very much Japanese. Japanese dubs are often very overacted as well, and very exaggerated dialogue and stuff.
For this game, I need my TIDS ID. Some games you don't need your TIDS ID. BDSP, you only need your TIDS ID for eggs, I think, and then in Sword and Shield, you don't need it for raids at all. Later, Jobu. Ugh. Ah. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, you have to use hacks to delete your Manaphy save. Such a weird way to do the event. It's kind of... don't like it that much. Feels like anti-consumer. They're like punishing someone from buying a game secondhand. I mean, the idea of making a Pokemon tied to purchasing another game, and then also making sure that only the first person who uses the feature is the one who gets to use it. That's just so dumb. Like, could you imagine if in Pokemon Legends Arceus, you could only get Darkrai from BDSP save? Or let's say in Pokemon BDSP, you can only get Arceus from having a Pokemon Legends Arceus save, but it was once per cartridge. Like, so only the first person who did it would get it, and then they resold PLA, and then it wasn't available. It's like, people would riot, bro. Limited Wi-Fi, also fully cringe. Need to finish BDSP? No. Not worth. You don't even need Ranger 2 and Ranger 3 to have DNS exploits, because they just put the Ranger distributions as wonder cards on the regular servers. So like you can find like Heatran on the regular wonder card servers and it'll send to your game, yeah. Or Manaphy or whatever. I and Wolfie friends? Who? Wolfie? Me and Wolfie VGC? No, I don't know him. I doubt he even knows who I am. Yeah, I'll nickname it. What? I don't know. I'm a kind of in the moment person. I'm not friends with Wolfpack, no. All right. I think I was late on my press. This general attempt felt pretty good. Remember when it was pink? You guys remember when it was pink? I feel like it's going to be method 4, though. It's timid. Was method 4. I was 1 seed early, 3 advances late. Kroger the Kyogre. Unironically good nickname, actually. Unironically good nickname is Kroger the Kyogre. People perceive colors differently. If there is literally one thing I learned being married to my wife, is that no human beings see the same two colors when they look at a color. In the Jeff chord. The Jep chord. My BDSP channel. A channel I've never looked at before. I made it and I threw it away. We are just waiting. They're actually RNG on Scarlet. Only for the item printer right now. You can really see the wide-angle lens because it makes this look curved. I thought your name was Dark Mence this whole time, like Dark Salamence. Any Pokemon can have Method 4 IVs in Pokemon Box. Is it time for the low energy part of the stream? Low energy moment. Locked in. Ooh, I'm early again. Oh, we try anyway, but I'm definitely early. What up, fire goes low? It's so funny getting into the chamber with like a legendary Pokemon and then like just running up and down in circles, like sitting next to me. It's also funny how not big Kyogre is. Kyogre's like almost the same size as me. You know what I mean? It's just so funny. Like it's supposed to be this huge, scary creature, and it's like actually just kind of like a regular guy. Someone already did that. Yes, the Pokemon are considered legal because you can hit every seed and emerald anyway using a painting. Or other techniques. What do you mean, does it differ in any meaningful way? Like, for what? So the Game Boy player? I mean, this is an emulator. The Game Boy player isn't an emulator, right? It doesn't have the zoom option like the Game Boy player does. It does not allow anything special other than method 4. No, it's just an emulator. It's like Visual Boy Advance or whatever. I'm unaware of any glitches it's causing. What's up, Mr. Cross? How you doing today? Oops. Boop, 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 boop.
He can't get you.
Ooh. Dang. Dang. Hasty. Oh, I'm like nowhere near as locked in as I was yesterday. Oh, is this one frame early? It looks like it, dude. I am 2 advances early, I think. Could be 1. Yeah, I was 2 advances early, huh? Dang, dang, dude. Let me do and won't convert it into milliseconds automatically for me. That was pretty good reset. I will be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. I've returned. 2 frames. I was 2 frames that time. It was 2 frames this time. Ugh. We cannot make box RS go into adventure? That's not true. There's just an issue with Nintendo, isn't it? I thought it was like an issue with like emulated versions, like not emulated, but like Swiss versus Nintendo. I thought was the issue with it, not anything else. Why does this cost $2K on eBay? I thought Pokemon Box would be more expensive than $2,000 at this point. Is it really only $2,000? It's looking like it's about 2K right now. No, I see an 8K copy. It's more than 2K. It's probably really... It's like anywhere from 2 to 5, it looks like. I own the Japanese version of the game, so it's not like it's this cost me literally like $25. It's going all right, Shiroi. We've been very close today. We hit it. We've been 1 frame off. We've been 2 frame off. We're very close. I mean, Pokemon Box RS isn't really even a good program because it, like, doesn't even, like, you need to finish the games to withdraw other people's Pokemon. It's super annoying. I think it was also online. They had like a online sale as well, Kazan. Or maybe it was like through magazine, like you could get it for like mail order, like a Nintendo Power or something. Might have been what it was. There was definitely more than one way to buy it. Or I think you had to go to the Poke Center New York's website, maybe, was how you could buy it online. Maybe that's what it was? I think there was a way to get it if you didn't live in New York City and couldn't physically go to the store. I just don't remember. What it was. Oh gosh. That was quite a goobar. Pokemon Center website, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think the Ruby and Sapphire flutes are in Fire and Leaf Green, but they might be. If you can give them to a Pokemon to trade, then they're in Fire and Leaf Green. I just don't remember if you can. Just buy it online. I'm using the painting to hunt. I'm manifesting a shiny Kyogre via a painting. I should have had the painting be a shiny Kyogre. That would have been funny. I have the painting be a shiny Kyogre. Is it really true that only Ageto Celebi are competitive Pokemon Smogon, which is Japanese exclusive? Probably. I think the only other Celebi that released via event was the same Celebi. That was distributed in a similar method to the Oromew, which I believe it can only be on frame 1 of the 16-digit seeds. So that's frame 1 of seed 0 through frame 1 of FFFFF, or FFFF, right? And that's because And so that basically would give only garbage spread. That's why Jirachi, Wishmaker Jirachi, has the same initial seeding type, and it is very bad spreads. And it's like there's not a single competitive worthy Jirachi out of the entirety of the Wishmaker disc, I would say. And so if the only other Celebes which were distributed use that same type of seeding, which I think is the case, then yes, only Ageto gets to be competitive. Valentine Harmonia, welcome to Chansey. Thank you so much. Everybody show Valentine some Blisy love. I appreciate you. How are you doing today? Beep, beep, boop, beep, boop. Yeah, we haven't been doing much chat out manips lately. We've been doing a lot of Gen 3, a lot of Gen 6. Oof, I almost missed that. I think I'm probably gonna be like one late now. Most annoying Eevee to face? Interesting. I don't know. Umbreon's pretty annoying. Was this one late? It's modest. I don't know this one. I was 2 advances late that time. On seed method 4. I felt like I was close.
Thanks for the donation.
We're close. So close. Japanese copy of box you want to play an English game and connect with RS or something? Probably not, but you could get the European version. Valentine. I actually have European box. European box works perfectly with English games. Or Australian box. And it's way cheaper. I have it for that very reason. Apparently I don't know where it is. It's probably in my other GameCube case, but yeah. Open stream here, Taz Music happy. Yo, what's good, Shao? How you doing, boss? Been a cool minute. I can put on the Taz Lo-Fi playlist. It must be in my other GameCube pouch. Oh, there's my other GameCube. And my other GameCube pouch is in my drawer with my games. You have 2 copies of Windows. Okay, now I'm getting concerned. Oh, no, there it is. See? Very reason. This is the PAL copy. It has something in German on it. I don't know what it says. Well, it's not a lo-fi. It's not an actually lo-fi playlist, I guess. Well, it says lo-fi, but I don't really know. Here, I'll link it. It's literally like a 4-hour... I'll just DM it to you on Discord, actually. Just like a 4.5-hour Taz OST. It says beats to study cantrips too. It's on McElroy family. Or a glitch or a game shark? Neither. Well, I guess it's an emulator glitch, right? Is that how you would define this? The alternate method? Is that like a... You would say that's an emulator glitch? Or it's poor programming of the emulator to allow the V-blank interrupts to happen. Has it ever been the case that a V-blank, that a method for Pokemon could exist without the emulator? I think not, right? For static Pokemon, like this Kyogre, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm being overly specific, so Xiao doesn't correct me. Like I'm saying, is it the case that a static Pokemon could ever end up with Method 4 without Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire? I don't think so. No, you can't. You need an emulator, which is why I'm using Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire. Pokemon Box, Ruby, and Sapphire is a game that has a way to play Ruby and Sapphire on your television without needing a Game Boy player. And there is a bug in the emulator that causes method sprint. Should I open up my Pirate software bit again? Here's my quick Pirate software presentation on how a Pokemon is made. Pokemon is made this way by default. It's method 1, it's the standard way. Sometimes when the game enters vertical blank, it gets interrupted, and then that breaks where... This was a lot more coherent when I was writing it while drawing it. Basically, this type of thing literally will never happen on a game that's not emulated. And so because this is an official emulator, it's an official legal way to make this happen without using a glitch or anything crazy. So it is technically a glitch, but it's a glitch that happens just by playing this game, you know? Like by playing it in this method, by playing it in Pokemon Box. It does genuinely give Box a little bit of a niche insofar as RNG manips go. I wonder when Blastoise will shine in OU. Probably never. They went the strangest direction with Blastoise Mega. Although I'm glad they didn't go defensive. Defensive Megas tend to not be so good. Because they can't hold leftovers. Mega Sableye was good. But that's because it was immune to Toxic. They gave it Magic Bounce, you know? And Sableye has good utility before Mega Evolving, right? It can prankster around a little bit before it decides it needs to Mega Evolve. And it had really good typing. I would want an offensive Ferrothorn Mega. Lower its defenses and give it higher offensive stats. That's what I would want from Ferrothorn. Oh. Alright, here we go. Oh, I do love the rain song. Oh, Zubat moment. You kidding? Dude, Zubat's horsing me. And it stinks to get Zubatted. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, so our dishwasher's handle latch is broken, and I bought some. You need special screwdrivers to open it. It's been broken for a couple of days, and we figured we'd try and fix it ourselves before we estimate, because maintenance is going to take forever, I'm sure, as they always do in many places. And so I ordered some screwdrivers because it had a special like star tip screw, like 6-point screw head. And the screwdrivers came in from Amazon. My wife got home, and then the screwdrivers also came in, and I was saying hi to her. And I was testing the screwdrivers to make sure, because I bought like a pack of like 6. I just wanted to make sure one of them would fit. I found one that fit, and then I closed and latched the dishwasher closed. And I was like, no, now I can't open it to fix it. Like, I literally couldn't believe it because the handle won't unlatch. That's the problem. And literally first try, I pushed the handle up and opened it, and it worked. And I couldn't believe it, and I was like, oh my god. I can't believe it worked first try. You have to win the master rank contest to get the paintings in here, and then after you talk to the artist, you have to talk to the artist before you do the master rank contest, and and then after you talk to him to start the side quest, I think you first need to find this old man that's here, the museum curator. I think you need to go into the museum, and he'll say, do you know an artist that would paint here or whatever? And then you need to go and you need to talk to the artist. And then after you talk to the artist, you need to enter and win a master rank contest. And then after you do that, sometimes he will offer to paint your Pokemon. He doesn't do it every single time. He does it sometimes. The suspense is killing you. You're going to be suspended for quite a long time. What do you mean it was dog shit? Do they have stats in Pokemon Sleep? Heart palpitations have begun. You're going to have heart palpitations for like 10 more minutes, bro. Why do they have IVs in Pokemon Sleep? You can't send them out of sleep, can you? Can you send sleep shots, like sleep Pokemon, into home and stuff? There's no battles in that game, is there? You can transfer Pokemon out of sleep? Locking in. I think I must see late. Closest I've gotten today. I landed on... I hit it, but it was method 1 instead of method 4. Blisy, love your vids about team building difficulties. Super appreciate explanations in the vid for RNG Manipulator Printer. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you. You too. If you can't transfer, what's the point of IVs of Pokemon? That's so funny. They have natures and skills, I see. That makes more sense. You know why Nintendo never put Mother 3 in USA? Did they officially... They never officially translated Mother 3, right? Wouldn't they have to pay to officially translate the game? Like, I mean, obviously the fan-made Mother 3 translation is excellent. They did a very high-quality work, but there is literally no universe on Earth where Nintendo uses a fan project for something. They wouldn't even use a fan project for free. The fans could go, yes, please use our project. It's free. You can have it, Nintendo. Take it. We don't want any money from you. And Nintendo would say, you all deserve to be hung. Why is there licensing issues with Mother 3? Isn't it all original music? I agree it is crazy that Nintendo hasn't taken Showdown down. I mean, Point Crow, a person who plays tons of modded games and even got channel strikes for playing a commissioned version of Breath of the Wild, got sponsored by Pokemon after all of that stuff happened. He literally plays ROM hacks and fan games on his channel, and he got an official Pokemon sponsorship. And got strikes from Nintendo himself, and still got an official Pokemon sponsorship. So, who knows how they operate. Pokemon Company, I will say, does seem to operate slightly differently from Nintendo, insofar as their policy on fan games and stuff. They tend to let a lot more stuff slide than you'd think. It might be one of those let's ignore it, it isn't hurting us things Japanese companies do. I actually think that Japanese companies tend to not do that. They're pretty famous for not doing it. Yeah. Yeah, from what I understand, Sega just didn't pay the people who made the music for Sonic 3. Oh, really? In Mother 3? I didn't know about that. Obviously, they don't take everything that is fan-made down. ROM hacks and fan games do not take away sales from mainline games. It's very easy to argue against that. Right? The argument for ROM hack and fan games is never... First of all, it shouldn't be that it is not impacting sales, because that's actually probably not true. There are going to be people who are getting their fix of Pokemon through ROM hacks and fan games who, even if they purchased the game illegally at the time, that impact is basically you're using Nintendo's IP. You're using Nintendo's IP in a way that does hurt them monetarily, because they are continuing to play these old games and your ROM hacked versions of them using their IP instead of buying their newest game. Now, you could also say, Jake, if someone's playing a ROM hack of Ruby, that doesn't mean they would have purchased Scarlet. And obviously that's an argument, but the Nintendo argument is also one, I think, that is fair and holds up in court. Now, what you basically have to argue is that it is legal for you to use Nintendo's IP in this way. That a ROM hack is not infringing on their IP rights. You have to say it's like a fair use type thing, it's transformative content type thing. Like, that's what you have to do. And that's why ROM hacks go out of their way to make sure that they're not doing something illegal, in the sense of, like, ROM hacks are distributed via Lua patches because they don't want all of them taken down, right? Things like that. They just took a huge ROM hacking website down recently, did they not? I felt pretty good on the Kyogre press there, I'll say that much. The problem is Pokemon owns the rights to the Pokemon IP. So, like, if you make your ROM hack and you name it Pokemon Emerald Rogue, like, you're infringing on their IP just by calling it Pokemon Emerald Rogue, because you use the name Pokemon. And then the game loads up and you're using Pokemon sprites and Pokemon visuals that Nintendo... Like, this is all... Nintendo probably wins this in court every single time if they take this person to court. Even without... Even in a system where they weren't just bullying them monetarily, right? Excuse me, hiccuping. Oh wow, I was bad on both fronts. I was 2 seeds late and 5 seeds early. You think that would depend on where they litigated? I really don't think so. I think that fails in the US, I think that fails in Japan. The basis on which it succeeded in America is very shaky. The basis on which that technically succeeded in America is via action replay. Japan does have fair use laws, just not for video games. It has them for manga. That's why fan-made mangas are so popular in Japan. They're just fully legal. It's just totally legal to make a like fan parody manga in Japan, for example. So it depends on what type of media you're discussing. Yeah. I don't really pay that. Even if what you say is verifiable issue. It is interesting though, because you can, this is gonna sound crazy. I don't know the context in which Xiao is saying it, and I trust Xiao enough to believe him when he says that this has been used against people in ways that are negative. But what is interesting is that you can say things that are true, but the way that you frame them can lead to false let me think about how to phrase this right. You can say things that are just true facts, but the way that you're framing the fact can lead people to false conclusions, basically. Just on framing alone. I mean, this is like a very, I bring this up just because it's a very common political tactic that you have to watch out for, right? Favorite non-Pokemon game? Jack and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy. By far my favorite game. I'm sure it does. And I trust you when you say, like, you know, it's bad, blah, blah, but I just was kind of hopping a point off of what you said. Ratchet over Jack? Absolutely not. I mean, I like Ratchet and Clank a lot, but it's nowhere near as good as Jack and Daxter. Oops, whoa. My bad. I'm back. Oopsie daisy. A person who defames another by alleging facts in public. Oh, okay, that's crazy. Okay, so if you I see. Interesting. So the status is whether or like how defaming works. That's interesting. Metroid Prime is like a combination of a Metroidvania and a shooter game, right? I don't know. I don't really I dislike Metroid Prime so much that I wouldn't even say it. That's true. I am such a hater of Metroid Prime that I wouldn't even call it a Metroidvania. Spit on Metroid Prime. Stinky game. Doesn't have the spirit of what makes Metroid great. Am I hyped for the successor of the Switch? Not really. Not hyped, but... It's like, oh, great, I'm gonna have to spend $300 on another game system that does exactly the same thing as the current one that I own does. Wow. I'm so excited for the incremental increase in power. At least this time I can use it as a tax write-off because it's for my business. No. Especially with Pokemon, it's not. Like, they're not going to be doing anything... I think that they're not going to be doing anything super unique with the new technology, is what I'm trying to say. Pokemon games don't need to be the highest fidelity, right? I don't think, insofar as execution goes, I don't think they're going to be doing anything. I don't think the new hardware will let them do anything more interesting than what they did with Pokemon Legends Arceus, right? Like, Scarlet and Violet's failings are not necessarily a problem with the Switch. Like, it's a problem with Game Freak. Like, they made a poor product. There are open world games on the Switch that run effectively, right? I mean, I think BDSP looked fine. I've only ever played the first Mario and Luigi game. Pokemon games peaked at the 3DS era? I wouldn't say so. Does Scarlet even compare? Yeah, Scarlet is significantly better than any of the Gen 7 games. Yeah, what? I think the Gen 7 games are, like, by far my least favorite games in the series. And Pokemon Legends Arceus is up there with some of my favorite games of all time. Legends Arceus is, like, literally better than almost every Pokemon game. It's literally, like, you know how, like, the classic meme is the top Pokemon games is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Platinum, and Black and White 2 is, like, everyone's games. Like, I literally think Legends Arceus deserves to be there with those games. Like, Legends Arceus literally showed how good a game Game Freak can make if they're capable. And I don't even think that was them at their, like, full power, to be honest with you. I don't even mean it handled very well. Like, the game itself is so fun. I don't think the Pokemon games, it matters which 3DS system you play it on insofar as the clock speed. Yeah, Legends Arceus is way better than Scarlet and Violet. Best 3D game is PLA? I don't know if I agree with that. It's really good. It might be. What's its competition? Its competition is Sword and Shield, no. Sun and Moon, no. Ultra Sun and Moon, no. BDSP, no. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire XY, maybe? It probably is Legends Arceus, actually. I mean, you just push the D-pad left or right. I don't think the Pokemon game's performance is any different between if you play it on a new 3DS or an old 3DS. I played them on both. The performance seems pretty bad no matter what. No, I like the way Pokemon X and Y look. I think they're good games. Gen 5 might be my favorite art style as well. It's really nice. X and Y was nice because it let you pet your starter. What are you talking about, like Pokemon and me? Excuse me. Oh my gosh. You can pet them in Sun and Moon as well, can you not? It's Pokemon Refresh, right? Yeah, you can RNG a shiny in the Pelago. I actually do like Pokepelago as a feature. Far off was I on last attempt? It was pretty far, actually. I was like 2 seeds late, like 5 advances early or something. It was pretty bad. Yeah, I really don't like... I mean, to be clear, it was dumb of them to have done... It was dumb of them to have made friendship and affection different stats. To me, that was so insane. Because it's never clear. Like, why wouldn't that just be one stat to begin with? It should have always been. That all felt good. Let's see. Bang, not pink. impish, I think. This... How am I so early on my A press? Alright, that's probably it for me today. I seem to be getting further and further away. I've been going at this for 6.5 hours. I'll try and do some other stuff today. Thank you all for watching today. Thanks everybody for the memberships. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good rest of your day.